So, Julia and I are both women in our early 20s, and we were out camping in a remote area of Montana that isn't super popular, but it's fairly popular amongst locals who camp a lot like we do. Which meant that it wasn't super unusual when we saw a group of 3 guys who looked to be a little bit older than us drive past our camp about an hour and a half after we set up our chairs and table. We just assumed that they were searching for a good spot to camp too. But then, when the car was still in our sight through the trees, we saw it turn around, and as it was driving back, we both noticed one of the guys sticking his phone out the window and seemed to be recording us. Both of us thought that it was really weird, and I walked a bit closer to take a picture of their license plate as a bit of a safety measure. But when I got closer, I saw that the back plate had all the numbers covered with black paint. Julia and I both got bad vibes from this, but both of us are aware that men are creeps towards women all the time, and both of us are prepared with bear spray because Montana is grizzly bear country. So we decided that it wasn't a weird enough interaction to pack our stuff up and find a different spot. Instead, we just decided to put up an empty tent outside and sleep in my car instead to trick people into thinking that we were sleeping in the tent if they tried to attack us. So, later that night, when both of us were sleeping in my car, we heard branches rustling and snapping outside by the empty tent, despite the fact that it wasn't windy. Originally, we assumed it was a bear trying to climb up to the bear hang with our food and scented hygiene products. But then, we heard male voices outside, and I lifted my head up to the window and saw the same car that passed us earlier. I got off the air mattress on top of the back row of seats that we put down to make an area for us to sleep, and locked the doors individually so my car wouldn't make a beeping noise. Julia and I stayed still and hoped that the men would leave. For a while we heard them talking, but it was hard to make out what they said from inside the car, obviously. But eventually we heard more rustling and branches snapping, which made us think that they were trying to steal something from the bear hang, which was weird, but neither of us wanted to actually look out the window in case one of them spotted us. Eventually we heard the car leave, which was a huge relief, but we were too freaked out to actually leave the car until it was light outside and campers nearby would be waking up. When I got out though, nothing could have prepared me for what I saw. Above our tent, the men had hung a dead deer that was obviously killed recently because it was leaking blood everywhere on top of our tent. The internal organs were ripped out and its limbs were cut off and laid out in a circle around the tent. This is obviously messed up on its own, but hunting permits aren't even being sold right now, which means that the deer was killed illegally to do whatever it is that those guys did. As soon as we processed what we were looking at, Julia and I freaked out and drove away without taking down our camp. Once we were in a service area, Julia called the police and Forest Service to report what had happened while I drove home. The Forest Service was nice enough to get our stuff for us, but honestly, I don't even want mine back in case that there's some weird curse on it or something. The police are looking into it to charge a fine for killing wild game during the off-season, but as far as I know, what they did to us technically isn't illegal. It's just really, really creepy. I haven't heard of anything like this before, but if you have, then please do let me know. I'm very curious and sort of very spooked at the same time, and I love camping so much, but after this, I just don't know if I can camp for, well, a long time. So I've got a hobby carpentry shop, furniture, bows, canoes, etc. I don't know, it keeps me out of the bar, but a local guy at my shotgun range has a furniture restoration business too. We got to talking one day and he said that he had decades of abandoned material, stuff where people dropped it off and decided it wasn't worth paying to chemically strip and refinish, sort of thing. Basically, Buddy has heaps of milled hardwood, taking up space, and he would be happy to give it to me for free. He's a bit of a weird guy, I'll admit. Sort of quiet and just had a keep-to-himself thing going on mostly. He didn't typically do small talk, but occasionally he restored some people's gun stocks, so he was known about the place. But materials, they are not cheap when you're just being a hobby sort of guy. And I don't mind remilling stuff at all, so I go down to the shop, and first thing that I noticed is that he and his co-worker, there were no projects on the go in his shop, were visibly upset that I brought some buddies to help me. I also noticed that the front office or lobby is a cramped affair full of taxidermy, which isn't too much of a red flag, I suppose. I mean, I met this guy at a gun range after all. But once you go into the back, there was a lot of stuff that progressively made my eyebrows go a little further up my face. Buddy does chemical stripping of furniture, so he's got several chemical vats or buckets that you can fit a full-size couch into. I know what stripping chemicals smells like. Smells like blue, if anyone's wondering, but there was definitely another smell to the room. Sort of rank and musty. Big chains from the ceiling, which I guess could be for picking up the furniture pieces. All this material that he's got for me is in a mezzanine, so up I go for some good old-fashioned garbage pile diving. There's 2 major rooms in the mezzanine. One is full of his materials that he's giving me, just dozens of old hardwood tables and chairs, etc. In fact, I got some really nice old oak pews for my trouble. Hundreds of board feet of old 2-inch thick oak, which was a real score. The other room, though, was maybe, I don't know, a showroom? But this showroom, it clearly hadn't been touched in years and had some pretty interesting things going on in it. Like, there was a rocking chair covered in dust, an empty wire bird cage that could have been 100 years old, and a large bookcase packed full of Christian books. No carpentry or furniture books anywhere. It had several picture frames with what could have been family photos, lots of young or smiling children, which just gave a little bit of a creepy movie vibe to it, I guess. But the real clincher was that I noticed footprints in the dust that walked into the wall behind the showroom door, and behind the door to the showroom was a door that had been cut into the drywall and was heavily padlocked from the outside. The showroom side, that is. So basically, you couldn't see this door cut into the wall when you were in the showroom while the showroom door was open, unless you were quite close to the wall, because if you were in the showroom, the door covered this wall portal. I also learned out on my way out that day that this guy doesn't have a smartphone either. Instead, he's got a no GPS phone, a creepy-looking dusty grandmother's suit full of heavily religious literature, and a secret room in the wall locked from the outside, and massive chemical vats in his workshop that smell a little bit organic, and was really grumpy that I didn't show up alone. He did still let me loot his garbage pile though, which I was thankful for, but still. I scored big that day, I'll admit. Probably took home enough stuff to mill into about 7 or 10k worth of hardwood boards, but I was really glad that I went there with 2 other people to help me load material that day. We made Buffalo Bill jokes the whole way home, and I haven't seen him since. He hasn't been to the range in 2 years now, which is sort of odd too, but I don't know. Something was off about that place and that guy, and I'll never go back there. I would like to preface this by stating that the following is not creative writing by any means. This is a story that I was originally told, secondhand, by my mother, but confirmed by my grandfather when I was about maybe 14 to 15. I leave it to you to form your own opinion, obviously, or to debunk it or whatever. Regardless, this story has always stuck with me my whole life. So, a bit of background. My grandfather passed away back in 2013 from cancer, but in his lifetime, he was a decent guy who helped a lot of people in various ways. After he met my grandmother, they both joined the army and they served in Japanese-based US army hospitals during the Vietnam conflict, helping to save a lot of people. After his time with the army, he also joined the Air Force for a stint. This all helped him to get his nursing degree and became an anesthetician. After the Air Force, he became a clergyman at their church, and years later, he would become a Russian Orthodox priest. For over 40 years, he served as a priest too, and by the way, just for reference, in most sects of Orthodox Christianity, they allow clergy to marry unless they were a bishop or higher. My grandfather, though, was the sort of priest that the archdiocese would call up and say, "Father, we have these people in Alabama. They're believers, but they have no church in like 100 miles that they can attend. Will you go there and help organize something?" Then what would start as people holding liturgy in somebody else's living room with like 24 people would become a full-on church eventually. He repeated that more times than I've ever gotten a straight answer on, by the way. The only thing that I thought that he was not so great for was always putting the church before his wife and 3 kids. Anyway, it was the mid-70s, and my grandfather had moved my mum, my aunt, and my grandmother to New Jersey to help one of these struggling churches that were without a priest. My mum, she was about 5 or 6 at that time, and she remembers this point in time pretty well too. One day, my grandfather was contacted by his bishop, who told him that his assistance was needed with something very serious. He told my grandfather that there is this young girl, 17 years old. She's a gypsy, and her family brought her to the monastery claiming that she was apparently possessed. The monks there tell me that they believe this to be serious too. Will you go there to help them? Now, my grandfather had been a priest for several years by that point, but understand that most priests who serve their entire lives are never asked to help exorcise a demon. Actually, the Roman Catholics require special permission from the Vatican to perform any exorcism rites, but he agreed without knowing what he was walking into. The story that I was told about the girl was that her name was Juliana and her family were gypsies or travelers. She had come from a family that was heavily involved in occult practices, which shouldn't surprise anyone familiar with that culture. But Juliana was married to a man from another family in their clan. I don't know much about him besides that he was a bit older than her, and he also practiced a lot of magic. Juliana's family started becoming concerned when she started acting different. She was very moody, aggressive, wrathful in fact, and just straight up mean. As time went on, her fits would get worse, and she would scream hurtful things at people for being asked simple things. But the family was terrified when the caravan that they lived in would rattle, rise up off the ground a few feet, and drop to the ground, and even on many occasions seeing things fly off the wall or out of cupboards and break against the wall. They obviously tried their own rites and rituals to cleanse whatever darkness they believed was possessing Juliana, but nothing had worked. So that's when they turned to this monastery, desperately seeking help. And this is where Grandpa gets involved. He said that when he got there, everyone was in the church. Another priest and a handful of monks, all preparing holy water, oils, saying prayers for help with God's strength. In the back of the church were several curious lay people that live and help work on the monastery grounds. And then there were a bunch of Juliana's family. I guess they had her in room with a few family members until they were ready. But they bring her in, sit her on a chair in front of the altar. And this is where my grandfather said that he felt the air get thicker, and she seemed really ticked off and was just sort of talking nothing, laughing and spitting, trying to scratch and kick. They had a few people restraining her as she started getting violent. They semi-surround her and they began praying and performing the full-on exorcism rite. As they progressed, she began growling, and this was when he said that things started happening. The chairs in the church, they began rattling and shaking, then moving on their own before levitating off of the floor. Those curious people, and even some of Juliana's family, were so scared that they ran out of the church. He said that they continued praying and repeating the prayers over and over for several hours as things continued to erratically move on their own, and Juliana continued to curse them and their god, spit and scratch and target each person, and try to get into their head and break their concentration. But they continued praying and asking God and every saint that they could think of to help them banish this thing back to where it had come from and to leave this girl alone. Then, she suddenly sat back rigidly and swung her head back. Then her face began to contort and take on this inhuman shape while her mouth opened wider than a human's mouth could really expand, without completely separating the jawbone, that is. And then a voice came from within her, and in this deep, growly, sort of loud demonic voice said, "Leave me alone. I'm happy with her." But this voice, it didn't speak in English or in any other commonly spoken language. It spoke in a bit of a dead language that is native to the region of Romania and the steppes of Russia. It was a Slavic language. The monks knew this language though, because many old church manuscripts are written in this nearly ancient language. This moment though, it frightened everyone in the room, but they knew that they couldn't stop now. Not long after though, Juliana, she passed out. She was unconscious and they couldn't wake her for a moment. She was breathing, but she was definitely in rough shape. So they brought her to the hospital at this point, and she was stable but wouldn't wake up. And then she was under for about 2 weeks. She woke up one day, and she was really confused. She didn't understand why she was in the hospital. She had no memory of the exorcism at all. In fact, she couldn't remember the last year and a half of her life. The very last thing that she could remember was being in her trailer. She said, "I was sitting at the table while my husband slept in our bed when I noticed something from the corner of my eye. I turned and I see my husband sleeping on his back, but there was this black cloud that was flowing out of his mouth and hovering above him in bed. And before I could scream, this black cloud rushed at me and, well, now I'm here." I think my grandfather was changed forever after that night. My mum tells me that she was 7 or so at the time, and she remembers that her father didn't speak for at least a couple of weeks, and he wore this sort of somber look on his face. He would move on eventually, but it definitely had a lasting impression. My mum says that he didn't tell her the story until she was a teenager, and he was trying to warn her off of dabbling in the occult, as you never know what you're inviting in. My grandfather, he wasn't the kind of guy that liked to make up stories at all. Actually, he liked to call people out for embellishment a lot. He usually didn't have a lot to say too, unless you asked him about something. He was a very intelligent man though, and read a lot. He also traveled across the US and had been to various countries over his lifetime. He served in 2 branches of the military and had a career as a medical professional. And I'd say that he has some level of credibility at least. In spite of the fact too that I come from a religious family and growing up I went to church pretty regularly, I am not a religious person by any means. I've studied a good number of various belief systems and I don't subscribe to any single one. So this isn't like a Christian rant or trash-talking gypsies or whatever. I actually have a lot of respect for their heritage, but I just wanted to share a paranormal story that would never be heard if it wasn't for this platform. And so I now hand it over to you guys for any comments, questions, opinions, theories, and also any well-thought-out jokes. In 1982, I and 6 buddies went bear hunting in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. We stayed at cabins near Twin Lakes at the base of the Keweenaw Peninsula. Now, when you hunt most critters, you go out before dawn and sit until an hour or 2 after the sun comes up, and late afternoon until dark. Most bigger game animals hunker down during the daylight hours, so it doesn't pay to sit there all day. And this means that you have a lot of time between hunts. Now, this part of the Upper Peninsula has some remote areas. It is also where a lot of copper mining went on in the old days. The mines are all closed now, obviously, and mostly full of water, but there are a lot of big paper mill holdings there also that are still being logged. So there's a lot of logging roads built up by the paper mills. They are good enough roads for large double trailer log trucks filled with many tons of logs to travel on. One thing that you learn quickly when you use these roads is to get the heck off the road when a truck is coming down, because they take up the whole road, and they don't even slow down for civilians because the mill owns the roads, not the state or the county, and you're on their land technically. But as long as you don't get in their way, then they don't care. Most of the bridges across streams or rivers just consist of huge piles of large rocks with smaller gravel on top of the road. These things look like dams, to be honest, but because of the large bottom rocks, the water can flow through the bridge. Genuinely, it's a pretty cool thing to see. We spend a lot of time driving and exploring those logging roads too. On one particular day, we went down a new road that led to an actual state park at the bottom of Misery Bay on Lake Superior. It's a park maintained by the state on paper mill property. There are several very rustic sort of campsites at the park, and we spent most of the time at the park and just messing around on the beach, really. At about noon, we headed back down a different road. It's around this time, too, that you see a lot of small shacks that usually have smoke coming out of the chimneys. They're apparently used by the loggers, I think. We eventually ended up way out in the wilderness with no signs of logging or logging trucks anywhere. It's a bit like driving in a tunnel, in fact, because the trees come together over the road here. But after a long while, we came into a clear area, and then around a bend, we came upon what we thought was a small town. The road basically went right down a main street, and as we drove through the place, it became apparent that there were no people to be seen. We came to a building that was kind of a store, I guess, so we stopped there. The store was completely empty. Looking in the dusty windows, you could see that it had been empty for a long time. We walked around the main street, checking out the houses. A lot of them were in pretty good repair, but they were completely deserted. Dust on the floors had been undisturbed for many years, and there were no signs of foot traffic anywhere. We eventually got back into the trucks and moved on. We were all pretty intrigued by the town, but we didn't go into any of the houses because, well, it just sort of looked like the owners might actually come back at any point. The main street, it went up a pretty big hill, and at the top of the hill was a large building that was obviously some kind of industrial use building, covered in that old sort of galvanized corrugated metal sheeting. We stopped at the building and found an opening in the siding. The inside of the building was wide open and it was very tall, like 30 to 40 feet tall, with a lot of supporting steelwork. Everything was pretty rusty and obviously hadn't been touched in many years. There were large windows with no glass, just sort of open to the outside high up in the walls that allowed the sun to light it up pretty well inside. At the center of the place, there was a large hole in the floor though, like 15 to 20 feet square. We peered down into the opening and it was a really deep and dark hole. Somebody dropped a stone down the hole and it was a long time before you could hear a faint splash of water. So we dropped another stone, and we had a couple of those old Casio watches with a stopwatch function, so we dropped the rock and timed it to the splash. And it took almost exactly 10 seconds. There were no guardrails, mind you, or safety measures of any kind here, and it was pretty scary thinking about falling into that deep black hole. There was also some old equipment left there that looked to be like turn-of-the-century type stuff. We assumed it was a closed copper mine, but the whole time we were exploring, we had two 35mm film cameras taking a lot of pictures. This was 30 years before cell phones and 35 to 40 before smartphones. After exploring the place for a while, we decided that it was time to get going because we only had a few hours before dark. Now, after miles of running down those unmarked roads, we eventually made it back to the cabins. We all went to our hunting spots, and after it got dark, we all headed back to the local bar where we usually went to get something to eat. One of the guys asked the lady bartender if she knew anything about that shutdown mine and abandoned town, and she got a kind of funny look on her face and went to the kitchen pass-through window and said, "Hey Dave, these guys went and visited Peterson." We all looked at each other like, what the heck is she talking about? The kitchen door opened up and then a cook apparently called Dave came out, dressed in typical bar cook clothes. Dave came over and said, "What did you see in Peterson?" We said, first of all, we never saw a sign with a name on it, but it was just an abandoned town and pretty decent looking buildings, and a closed down copper mine up on the hill. Dave then said, "Yep, that's Peterson. Some people see signs going into town and some don't. The thing is that there never was a Peterson. It never existed." We were like, "What are you talking about? I mean, we were there, looked into the buildings, dropped rocks down the empty mine shaft, and even took many pictures." Dave then said, "Yep, you and many other people, but if you try to return, I guarantee you won't find it." We were like, "What? We know the road that we took. We could get back there easily, man." And he said, "Go ahead and try. You won't find it." Dave also asked if we by any chance dropped a rock in the hole and timed it to the bottom. And yes, actually we did, and it took almost exactly 10 seconds like we said. Dave then said, I did too, and I looked it up. A falling rock, or anything really, falls about 400 feet in 10 seconds. He then said that Peterson is a real ghost town. The whole place is a real ghost town, he said. He said that he was there and saw the same things years ago. Apparently, he'd tried many times to go back and he'd never been able to find it. Him and a lot of other people who lived in this area and know it like the backs of their hands have seen it once and once only, never being able to find it again. Dave said to go to Houghton Hancock and to get our film developed and to let him see the pictures. So the next day we decided to take off from hunting and go up to town and get the film developed. Hancock is home to Michigan Tech, so it's a college town with all the amenities, and it had a quick film developer place, so we dropped the film off and went to see the sights. It's a really picturesque place too, and I highly recommend you go and check it out if you ever get the chance. Anyway, about an hour northeast of Hancock is Copper Harbor at the very top of Michigan, where it ends into Lake Superior. It's a really cool place, and when we got back to Hancock, we were dying to see the pictures, so we went and got the film and tore open the envelopes. But there were a lot of pictures, beautiful pictures, but weirdly, not a single picture of Peterson. We were thinking, hold up, wait a minute, this isn't possible. So a couple of guys went back to the film place and asked where the other pictures that were on those rolls were. But in the end, there were no other pictures. We had all the negatives. They don't keep other people's pictures, apparently, and they see thousands every month. Now, there's a park in town, and we stopped there and all sat at that table just kind of in shock, really, not saying much for quite a while. In 1982, I was 23 years old, and at 23, you think you know it all, but when you're hit square in the face by something like that, it shook me to the core. Everything that you think you know is now suspect because, we were in that abandoned town. It was just a cool old abandoned town. I saw it with my own eyes in the wide open, sunny, broad daylight. Not on some dark, foggy, creepy night. Nothing creepy happened, but we took those pictures. Pictures that apparently don't exist. All that changed my life from that point forward. After that, we went back to see Dave and gave him the stack of pictures of the woods. The Big Mac Bridge, Misery Bay, the park on the bay, logging trucks, the rock bridges, some of the shacks, one of which was just about 2 miles from Peterson. Dave just kind of chuckled and said, "Yep, that's our Peterson, all right." For the next 2 days, we totally forgot about hunting. We split up into 2 trucks and we drove those roads over and over and over again. And we never refound Peterson. Years ago, I was in rehab for drug addiction. I did 5 months in rehab, then 6 months of sober living following that. This occurred the last few weeks of being in rehab before going to sober living. Now, I met hundreds of addicts. In fact, new people would come and go on a daily basis. A lot of these people were much worse off than others, and everyone was in for different things. A lot of these people that came in also had a plethora of mental health issues and mental illnesses. Severe depression, PTSD, bipolar disorder, and many others. But I'll never forget the day that Mike, a 30 to 40-year-old male, was admitted. A lot of the techs that worked at the rehab informed all of the patients about Mike and his condition. He had a case of severe schizophrenia and would constantly be talking to no one. He would get really agitated and upset at times at these voices and would often yell and have a panic attack. It was very sad, to be honest, and it wasn't like this would happen sometimes. This was ongoing, like a 24/7 problem that, unfortunately, Mike had to deal with. The rehab was situated in an old motel-like complex. except it was much, much nicer, like a fancy hotel. Girls across the street in identical buildings. Everyone was assigned to a specific room with 2 to 3 other patients, and when Mike showed up, he was placed in the unit that I was in. I introduced myself to him and shook his hand. He seemed so timid and nervous, but I gave a rundown of how things work and a rough daily schedule for our program. I showed him his room and I told him not to hesitate to ask me for anything. Before I walked away, I told him, "Mike, we're all in here for our own reasons. I just want you to know that there's no judgment whatsoever on my end, and that no matter what you may be dealing with, you can come to me and confide in me for anything you like, man." He partially grinned at that and nodded at me. And that was the last time that we spoke for the 2 weeks that he was there. Now, that evening, I was watching TV in the living room of our unit when I heard him start aggressively talking to himself. The strange thing is that it literally sounded like he was having a legit conversation. I heard him say, "Don't say that, shut up." And then 5 seconds later he said, "I'm not going to do that, leave me alone." And then a few seconds after that, "Get out of here." This was expected because I was informed of his condition, but hearing him have an episode the first time made me feel, well, really bad for him. But then, things took a very odd turn over the following days. A few days after Mike was placed in my unit, I woke up one morning to go make some coffee. I was in the kitchen, and Mike's room was down the hallway. I was pulling out a coffee filter when I heard clear as day, "What are you doing?" I turned around expecting to see Mike, but no one was there. Then I hear Mike all the way from the room scream, "Ah, get out of here." I was very, very confused and didn't know what to make of it, and kind of just shrugged it off. I was pretty alarmed by this, though, but things kept happening. It was later in the week when I was in the living room watching TV again when I heard Mike having another conversation with himself, but this time I could distinctly hear a second voice. I thought to myself, does he have a split personality and is having a conversation between himself and his other self? The other voice was so much different, and I kept telling myself, Mike's just really, really good at imitating other voices or something. I turned the volume down on the TV so that I could hear more of this conversation. Mike says, "I told you no, I'm not going to do that. Leave me alone, please." The other voice responds, "Just go and do what I tell you. It's for the best." Mike responds, "No, that's bad, I won't do it." The other voice then responds, "Go to the kitchen and get the knife, now." Then Mike let out a huge scream of despair. I sat there on that couch in just disbelief. My brain couldn't comprehend what I was hearing or what was happening. I suddenly got a huge sense of dread that came over me. I got up and started making my way to his door to check on him, and as I got closer, the conversation was becoming much more audible and clear to hear. There were 2 people in that room. I was certain of it, and nothing is ever going to change my mind about that. As I heard the other voice trying to persuade Mike again, I knocked on his door and the voice stopped immediately. I opened the door to tell Mike that I heard him scream and wanted to see if he was okay. It was just him sitting on the chair with his head in his hands like he just got some really bad news. He looked up at me and said, "I'm fine, thanks. Please shut the door." I immediately went to our head nurse and explained to her that Mike was saying some pretty scary things and that I was in fear of my life being in the same room as him. I mentioned to her hearing him talk to himself about a knife, and that was all it took for them to take Mike and relocate to somewhere else where he could get the help that he needed. To this day, I think about this experience that I had with Mike and try to find a reasonable explanation for what happened and what I heard. I've never heard voices or had hallucinations at any other point. I've been clean of drugs for years now, but this was just an experience that I had that has made me question reality and everything. Honestly, I I feel like he didn't have schizophrenia, but that maybe he was possessed. I think about this often, and I still cannot come to terms with it. I guess I want closure about it, and it's just something that I'll probably never get. So, that's my story, and if you've listened to everything, well then, thanks. This is probably the weirdest paranormal or unexplainable experience that I've had. Other than feeling someone poke their finger in my back when laying on my side in the bed, this one pretty much tops it. I work swing shifts, so when I get home from work, everyone is usually asleep. I usually watch some TV to unwind before going to bed, and because of that, I always make sure the bedroom doors are closed so I don't wake up my wife and kids. Now, when I got home one evening, I noticed the master bedroom door was closed but not latched, so I figured that should be fine. But a few minutes later, I hear psst coming from the master bedroom. I look, and now the door is ajar enough to stick your head out. I figured the wife is feeling frisky, so I jump up and walk into the bedroom. But she is in bed covered up, and I'm thinking, she's pretending to be asleep. I climb in bed and tell her to stop playing. She wakes up though, and I could tell that she wasn't pretending. We've been married a long time now, so I know how she is when she wakes up. Long story short, I explained to her what happened, and she's weirded out like I was. Genuinely, it made my skin crawl, and it was hard to fall asleep that night. Ever since that night, I randomly feel something around me too, like the hair on my neck will stand up. I feel like I'm being watched. I was your typical kid growing up in a lower to middle class household. We had a decent older house in the suburbs, and Mum and Dad were always working. This was the 80s, so my brother and I were often home alone or over at a friend's house. Our parents, they were pretty negligent in many ways, but this is also sort of how things just were back then. Now, I remember knowing something was deeply, deeply wrong with our home as early as I could form memories or sense the world around me. I was afraid of ghosts and monsters under the bed or in my closet like every other kid. You know, things that obviously weren't real and just some primal monkey brain remnant that kids work through as they get older. But there was a distinct difference between these imagined monsters and the very real ones that I would encounter over the next few years. My mother's father was still alive when this all started. He bought me a blue and white fighter jet, which I hung from the ceiling in my bedroom, above my bed. Sometimes, wind would come in through the window and turn it a few spins counterclockwise. Then it would spin clockwise and come back to rest and be still. I remember observing just how it would eventually come to rest. It never spun much, but I like to imagine it screaming through the sky and sort of pew-pewing all over the place. Shortly after I installed this thing, I would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night for no reason. I wasn't scared or startled or really awake for any reason. I would stare up at the ceiling trying to go back to sleep. Every once in a while, the jet would spin and spin and spin faster and faster until it was a blur, all in the same direction. The first time it happened, I thought that it was really weird. By the fifth or sixth time, this became genuinely a terrifying event. Other times it would be spinning at warp speed and suddenly just stop abruptly, as if someone had grabbed it and held it in place. I have a memory of running out of my room screaming and crying over this. Grandpa, he died the next year. That jet meant more to me than it did before, obviously. I cherished this little treasure, but it was terrorizing me. And eventually, I just had to get rid of it. I was in first grade and walking to and from school with my friends. I had a house key, which wasn't unusual at the time. Downstairs, we had a living room with a TV and a couch. I remember coming home one of these days to watch cartoons. On my left side, there were slotted folding doors that hid the clothes washer and dryer. They always spooked me out for some reason, like there was someone in there sometimes sitting there just watching me. I never saw anyone or heard anything, but I could just never shake that feeling. In fact, I would often run by them. They were a source of fear for me, but I was already taking my own clothes out and putting them away, so it wasn't alien or unusual. It just very often felt like someone was behind there, just sort of watching me. I think I was actually watching Pinwheel or something similar on TV, maybe Lamb Chop, I don't know, but I remember sitting there once and the left door folded open abruptly, like someone tied a rope to it and a car outside and the car just suddenly took off. They weren't on wheels or anything, so this scared the daylights out of me. I cried to my parents about it. I was being a baby apparently, and it was nothing though. Until it wasn't. You see, one day I was sitting there and it opened and shut like this, over and over, just slamming. I wanted to run by to get out, but it wasn't safe because something kept slamming it open and slamming it shut. I almost want to say I heard laughter, but I don't know, I don't think I did. I was being terrorized though, and it stopped, and as I ran by it, it started up again, and it scared me half to death. I slammed the door behind me and instantly just ran upstairs. Things calmed down for a few months after that. I was in the second grade, Mrs. Tubman's homeroom. I'm a big boy now, and I don't get scared or pee in the bed over ghosts that aren't real anymore. I'm helping my older brother with yard work and delivering papers now. I'm quickly becoming fiercely independent at a young age. I get my own key and start walking home alone from school even. Now, we had a Raggedy Ann doll that sat on a rocking chair in one of the adjacent bedrooms. It always creeped me out, especially because it used to be in the attic where I'd see it every time that we got Christmas ornaments out. For some reason too, my parents, they brought it down and set it downstairs on this rocking chair. I came home one day to watch cartoons, and as I go to reach for the handle leading to the basement, the doorknob suddenly spins. Someone is on the other side holding it closed. Naturally, it must be my brother. He got out earlier than me, of course, and he was playing a trick. I tried opening the door, but it just wouldn't budge. It was unlocked or the knob wouldn't turn, so I pushed my shoulder into it because I knew I was stronger than him, but it still didn't open. I moved back to get some speed behind me and go to shoulder it again, but the door slowly opens as I'm about to hit it. In fact, I fly through the open door and stumble into the room with that doll sitting there instead. And to my abject horror, the rocking chair is moving back and forth. The doll is just a doll, obviously, but it was as if a person was sitting there. I scream, run out, and I make it halfway up the stairs. I'm losing my mind. I mean, this can't be real. And in the end, my parents told me that it wasn't real, and they made me go to the school counselor and coach me to swear that it wasn't real, that I was brave. I deliver newspapers and I do yard work. I'm a big boy, so it can't be real. I go back down eventually and peek my head around the corner. The doll is now sitting there facing me with its back against the arm, and the chair is still rocking at the same mathematical, rhythmic, and predictable speed. It's just the wind, though, I say. My parents had told me this, but when I look at the windows, they were closed. At this, I completely lose it. I run out, make it up half of the stairs to the front door landing. I got up the other half of the stairs to the kitchen. I look around, but there's nothing. No one is home. It's just me, and I'm just freaking out. Mum convinced me that I made these up and none of this was real. I try to pull myself together. We can't afford for them to come home early from work, so I come down, get my head straight, and pour myself a glass of water. And that was when I hear the bang. 2 bangs, 3, 4, and 5. It is the unmistakable sound of the attic door. You pull a cord and the stairs fall out and down and you climb up the hole in the ceiling. Except you can slightly pull it to a certain length and let the cord go and it will still slam. I know, too, exactly what it is and why it is making that noise, but I just cannot believe it. So I peek my head around the corner, and I see the rope is taut. It's straight down to the floor like someone is pulling it. It wasn't swaying or dangling as the attic opens and slams. There's something invisible there pulling it and doing this on purpose. I completely lose my mind over this, and I run to the neighbor's house. I tell them Mum and Dad come home early. I get in trouble. I have to see another school counselor. Tim, I think, this time, but he had soft curly black hair, and he's pleasant enough, but my parents tell me to tell him that it's not real. I refuse, though. I see a Dr. Glickstein at some fancy office downtown. I tell him everything that I've told you guys up to this point. I have to see him a few more times. Eventually, my mother convinces him, though, that I'm just making up stories. The terror campaigns, though, they continue for another whole year. It is mischievous, evil, persistent little things that crescendo into big things that become aggressive and threatening, like it was messing with me. I'm 7 now, and one day I get really sick, like very sick. So sick another family member has to come over and watch me. I'm laying in bed with a window fan in, and I'm on the cusp of sleeping. I'm praying to God and asking Grandpa for help, and I just can't do this anymore. When I see a little golden tornado-looking thing come in from the outside, through the window fan into my floor. It's in the corner of my eye, but I'm frozen in terror because, what now, right? But I suddenly just sort of feel peaceful. The corners of my sheet get tugged on, and I almost lose it, but I realize they're getting tucked into the side of the bed. I feel a warm, sort of soft hand, like my grandfather's, press on the small of my back. I'm suddenly no longer terrified. In fact, I'm sort of serene and never been more at peace. I crack an eye open, and I see that it's now 1 a.m. Everything settles, and I'm calm, and not only do I feel better emotionally, but my illness even feels a whole lot better. A refreshing, rejuvenating breeze comes into the room, and it carries me off to sleep. At night, I sleep really peacefully too. I wake up the next morning. My family member is frying eggs, and the house is the brightest that it's ever been. It's like a Disney movie with animated birds outside singing. The food is fresh, the world is bright and new, every family member is happy, and even my brother is in good spirits. It seems like an entirely different world. We are eating breakfast, and I thank the family member for tucking me in so late last night. She then says, "Well, that's strange. I went to bed after tucking you in at like 8 p.m. and slept through the night." This confused me for years, and it took me a while, but I realized that after that night, I was never bothered again. No more slamming doors, weird dolls, slamming attics, laundry room door harassment, nothing. Gone. Just like it never existed at all. I'd go on to forget about this until 2015, when that family member died, and I guess, again, up until now. I really still don't know what to make of a lot of it, or how to feel about it. I know it sounds kind of wild, and sorry for that, but I think that there was some type of spiritual intervention that put an end to the haunting, I guess. I sometimes think Grandpa did me one last solid and came to help me. I am not very religious at all, but I just cannot shake the feeling that this is exactly what happened. I know it sounds wild, but really I've racked my brain over it endlessly, and really, what could it be? I inevitably burned that Raggedy Ann doll outside with my brother, who seemed to be the only one who ever believed me. By that point, it was emotional closure, and not like destroying a spiritual vessel or cursed object. But after that night, I just never experienced anything again. I'd grow up to be just a normal person. I've never since had any auditory or visual hallucinations or anything. I'm convinced to this day that all of this was very real, though. I find it hard to believe any of this ever happened in my head, despite what my parents and teachers said. And in the end, I think some type of guardian spirit stepped in and put an end to it when I asked for help. And quite honestly, I'm just not sure that there's really any other way to see this for me. In any case, thanks for listening, and more importantly, thanks for giving me this safe place to share this. You can only be gaslit and ostracized over real events so many times until it becomes a bit of a sore spot. Stay safe out there, everyone, and never be afraid to ask for help. Two years ago, me and my family moved across states and moved into my current home. We usually have a lot of people in our house, and my family is usually outside on the porch. Some family was supposed to be flying back to the state that we moved from that day too. Now, I was getting home from school last year and was walking through the door. My mum was walking past into her room and I called out to her. She didn't answer me though, so I just sort of brushed it off because she does have pretty bad selective hearing. My dad was outside smoking, so I went outside and gave him a kiss and a hug to let him know that I got home. I sat down and told him that I saw my mother walking into her room and joked that she ignored me. My dad gave me a confused look and told me that she was at the airport dropping some people off. I thought that he was joking with me and laughed, saying that she probably forgot something and was just getting it, and I pulled up my phone to look at her location to prove that she was here, and it said that she was 45 minutes away at the airport. My dad looked at me weird again and said, "I told you so." But the thing with my mum is that she's kind of short. My sisters and I are all a couple of inches taller than her, in fact. She also dyes her hair like an orange color, and one of my sisters has black hair, and the other one is like a dirty blonde, which means that no one really looks like her, so it couldn't have been them. But the real kicker to this story is that maybe about a week ago or something like that, we were talking about ghost experiences in a group of me, my dad, and my mum. I retold my story, and my dad got this sort of look on his face. He does that face when he doesn't want to say something scary, but I pressed him on it, and it turns out that something similar had happened to him too. My dad's from Morocco, and his mum visits from time to time in the States. And one time, when she was supposed to be in Morocco, he saw her walking up the steps to go upstairs. He was home alone because me and my sisters, we were at school or work, and my mum was at my aunt's house that day. He chills on the couch a lot, and from sitting where he usually does, you can see the top portion of the stairs in our home. He, being the man that he is, walked up the stairs after he saw that, and she disappeared upstairs. But he gets upstairs anyway and sees her walk into the room that she would use when she lived with us. My dad abruptly walked into the room, convinced that she was somehow here, but obviously no one was in there. So, apparently we have an entity that likes mimicking mothers. Oh, and by the way, I saw my mother completely solid. It genuinely looked like my mum, even right down to wearing what she wore that morning. I currently work the overnight shift at a residential treatment facility for troubled youth. Our original facility was out in the country, and it was originally a hunting cabin before being refurbished and added onto for this purpose. That facility, it closed down recently and relocated to a more central facility in the city, which used to be a home for young mothers. Now, I've had multiple experiences at both locations. Despite my prior history of paranormal occurrences, I don't usually assume that every weird thing is paranormal, especially with my graveyard shift hours. I mean, I sometimes might chalk them up to just the effects of fatigue or whatever. But my experiences were validated after sharing them with some co-workers who had worked there a lot longer than I have. You see, in our old facility, from my office, you could see directly down the hallway, off of which were clients' rooms. One night, out of the corner of my eye while doing some paperwork around 4 a.m., I saw a pale shape or figure emerge quickly from one of the rooms and then dart back inside without making a sound. Since I wear glasses, my peripheral vision is very blurry, and since I saw this out of the corner of my eye, I figured that it must have been one of the clients. It seemed unusual though, because the clients don't wear anything that is pale or whitish in color like that. Also, why would they dart out and back in so quickly in the middle of the night like that? It was suspicious either way, and so as soon as I saw it, I got up and quickly went to the doorway in question to see if the clients were okay. It took me about 5 seconds to cover the distance, and when I got there, the clients were clearly very asleep. And I mean, there's just no way anyone could have gotten out of bed, into the hallway, and back into bed so quickly without making a single sound, or seeming so convincingly asleep, since it was quiet enough and the building is old enough that I could have even heard when clients simply turned over in their bed. That was the most noticeable one there, but there were other times I saw shadowy figures out of the corner of my eye, but they were gone so quickly when I looked closer that they might have been just my imagination. Also, though, there was a time when there was a set of curtains rustled and moved slightly on their own, even though there was no draft that could have even moved them. I checked, there were no vents nearby, all the windows were shut and locked. There was no wind outside that day either, and nothing else had moved near them. After relating my sighting, though, of the pale figure to a co-worker, they just sort of laughed at me and said that it must have been the lady in white. Apparently, multiple staff and clients over the years had reported seeing a female figure in white. No idea who it could have been, though. I also heard stories of kitchen cabinets opening and closing on their own, books flying off of bookshelves, and multiple sightings of shadow figures. Now, at our new facility, the one that used to be a home for young mothers, the activity has died down considerably, though this facility has its own share of spooks, that's for sure. On one of my first nights here, I heard footsteps in the hallway approaching the office. In this facility, the office is on the corner, and you can't really see anything from inside except the opposite hallway wall. You have to leave the office to see down either hallway. So, I assumed it was a client awake and about to ask for something. I peeked my head out the door, but when I did, there was nobody there. The footsteps sounded light and fast, though, like a child's perhaps. This facility is very well lit, even at night, and if someone were approaching the office, you could see their shadow on the wall before you actually saw them. And one night, I swore that I saw what looked like a person's shadow moving across the wall in the way that you'd expect an actual person to follow. So again, I peeked my head out, but there was no one there. A couple of other times, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the edge of a figure passing by the office window, as if they'd just passed by and were going down the hall. Both times, what little I saw of the figure before it disappeared just sort of appeared black and adult-sized, I guess. I've also heard footsteps a couple of other times, including with a new co-worker who I was training one night. That was kind of nice, honestly, because I knew for sure that it wasn't just my imagination and me going crazy, as he definitely heard them too, and got freaked out by it like I did. In any case, I related these occurrences to my new supervisor, who has worked in this building for a long time. They shrugged them off and just stated very matter-of-factly that the building is haunted. Before my current company took over management of this facility, it had previously been run by a Catholic religious organization, and it had been staffed by nuns. My supervisor told me that they and others have seen figures of nuns in the hallways before, as well as the apparition of a young girl. They suspect that that might have been what has been making this childlike footsteps that I keep hearing. Also, before my own experiences here started, my supervisor did warn me that I might hear strange noises at night, but that there were usually nothing to be concerned about. None of these things have really freaked me out much, I guess, but I mostly just find it weird and sort of interesting and amusing, I guess. And I actually enjoy being in this place where co-workers have also experienced things, so I don't feel so alone or feeling like I can't tell anyone because I'm afraid that they'll think that I'm crazy or a liar or whatever. It is the first job that I've worked where paranormal occurrences are so commonplace that they're believed. I wonder if it's because of all the negative energy surrounding our troubled clients, perhaps. I won't pretend to know that I have the answers, but this is the story that I have, and I swear by it. Right now, I'm 22, I'm male, and when I was around 9 or 10, I don't remember the exact age, my father asked me if I wanted to go with him to repair an old lady's broken television. My parents at the time were divorced, so my mother had no idea about this whole trip. Back then, I knew my father was often sad because of the divorce and being forced to see his kids less, and I knew that he just wanted to spend more time with me, so I said sure, why not? Even though I would have much rather stayed home to just play video games. This old lady lived in a small village, 20 minutes away with car from our town. When we arrived, everything was pretty much normal. I mean, you could see some people on the streets here and there, and once we arrived at the lady's address, I only saw one person on the street. He was a man in his mid-30s with unkempt black hair and dirty clothes. He was either on his way to do his daily farm duties, or he was already done with them and was on his way to the pub. We parked in front of the lady's house and rang the doorbell on her gate. The entrance door was a bit far from the gate, so we couldn't hear if the doorbell was working or not, and also couldn't see it because it was on the other side of the house. 2 minutes pass and there's no answer. We rang again. Another 2 minutes passed and nothing. By the third time that we rang, I was already hopeful that the lady just wasn't here and that I'll be able to go back home and play on my PC. 5 minutes later this time, but no answer again. My father tried calling the lady, but there was no answer to the phone either. He kept calling her over and over again, but he never got an answer. At this point, we must have been in front of the gate for like half an hour, until the man that I saw earlier came back and approached us. He asked us if we were looking for the lady who lives there. We obviously answered yes and told him that she's not answering to her doorbell or phone. The stranger immediately proposed us with an idea. I'm trying to remember this exactly as best as I can, but it was something like, I know a way around her gate, we can get into her garden that way. Which was obviously a bit weird, but because me and my father had been waiting there for quite a while at this point, neither of us questioned it, and my father agreed to it. So my father proceeded to follow the man and walk around the lady's gate. I was left there alone for a while. I forgot to mention too that this whole thing happened around noon, so it was much less scarier for me. My child brain could only be scared if it was dark outside at the time. Otherwise, this was just rather boring. But around 10 minutes later, my father and the other man shows up in front of the gate and opens it from the inside. And they both looked rather taken aback. I remember my father saying, "I'm going to go back, you stay here with the stranger," and I agreed. A couple of seconds later, when we were alone, the stranger starts talking to me. I'm vaguely quoting him again, but it was something like, "Dude, the old lady that you came here to see is dead in front of the door. She's naked, laying on her stomach, and there's blood everywhere." That was it. That was all that he said to me. He also asked my name, if I remember right, but that was pretty much our entire conversation until my father came back, with a much more concerned face. He and the man started talking about the next steps. The stranger started explaining how that morning he saw another man entering the lady's garden the same way as he and my father had just done, and walked towards the front door but never seemed to come back out again. He started blaming himself that he could have stopped all of this from happening if he had just cared a little bit more. But at the time, honestly, neither of us could blame him. My father called the police, obviously, and we were told to stay there until they arrive. While we were waiting, another person showed up, around the same age as the other man with similar dirty clothes. The two strangers started talking to each other. The guy told everything to the other person the same way as he told me. I don't think he did it too, because he didn't feel the weight of the situation. He just probably didn't know any better. But the cops arrived about 15 minutes later. A few of them went inside the house, while 2 of them started questioning my father. After a few questions, he turned to me and said, Hey, I know a friend in this village and you're gonna go stay at their place, alright? Until I'm done talking with the police. I think he did this because he knew that if my mother was told about this situation, she would have made sure that I'd never see him again. So I did as he said. Sometime later, a middle-aged lady approached us though and walked away with me to a house close by. I was welcomed by a family with 3 to 4 children. I don't remember exactly, but that doesn't matter either way, but at this time I still had no idea what was going on because the concept of sexual assault and murder was non-existent to me. The only thing that I knew was that the old lady in the house was dead, and now I have to stay with this family until the police is done with my father. The lady sat down next to me with her husband and they started talking to me that it's going to be alright and that I don't have to worry about my father. She's going to take care of me until he's done with the police. All of this at the time meant absolutely nothing to me. I was so clueless of the situation as a kid that I didn't even answer her reassurances. I just turned to the window and watched as my father was still talking to the cops. As the day went on, the family members of the house got more and more depressed. The lady even started crying. I knew that she was crying because of the whole situation, but only later I realized how truly dark the whole thing was. One day, the old lady in the neighborhood is happily living her life, and the next day she's just dead. No more kind regards from her or cheering waves in the morning, just a house with, well, no one inside. Around 10 o'clock, the lady gets a phone call and tells me that my father is done with the police and I can finally go home with him. As I reunite with my dad, we both get into the car and drive home. Neither of us said anything about what had just happened in the past 10 hours. My father is pretty bad with communication, honestly. Not clinically bad, he doesn't have any conditions or anything, but he's just sort of bad at it. When we got home, I went to my bed and honestly, I slept just fine. The next day, everything was normal, like nothing even happened. I didn't say a word to my mother when the weekend ended because I didn't want to get my father in trouble. Now that I think about it too, I don't think I ever told her about this whole incident. Anyway, 2 weeks later, my big sister comes in the morning with the news about a local doctor getting arrested for sexually assaulting and murdering an elderly woman in her doorway. Me and my father exchanged a look, and I remember him saying something about it, but I cannot remember for the life of me what it was. After that too, I never heard about the whole story ever again. After all of these years, the whole situation still feels like a memory that just never happened. So much so that 2 years ago, I asked my father if it actually happened, or if I'm just remembering a childhood nightmare or something. But of course, he said that it did happen, and that really, it wasn't a dream. So this started about a month ago when I was house sitting for my brother while he and his wife were on an anniversary trip. I was just sleeping there for the night and fell asleep on their couch, since it felt weird to sleep in their bed. I couldn't find a blanket and there wasn't one on the couch, but when I woke up, I had one on me. I asked my mum if she had gone by and put one on me, since my brother lives literally 5 minutes from her. But she said no and that she was too tired to drive there that night. Anyway, a couple of days later, I told my sister-in-law about this, and she said my nephew, her son who's 3, had been seeing things and said that he saw a skinny person walking around there, but there was no one there obviously. I started calling it Toby because that's the name of the demon in Paranormal Activity, and my mum called it Red Rum. Now, my name is Joseph, and my nephew, who can't speak well, always calls me Yorvis. This is important because last week I was taking him to the local arcade, and he went to my brother asking him for quarters, yelling out, "Yorvis, Yorvis," and I was walking behind him, and I heard clear as day a woman whisper Yorvis as I was walking past the living room. Seriously, it sounded as if it was whispered right in my ear. And I mean, it couldn't have been my sister-in-law because she was on the other side of the house and no one was near me besides my nephew. Finally though, my sister-in-law said that night that her and my brother woke up to a golf ball being dropped in their kitchen. But she went out to look in case it was just my nephew playing, since he does play with them a lot, but when she got there was no golf ball anywhere. Nothing near there, in fact. My sister-in-law told me to take back whatever I did because she's worried that it's a demon, while my brother is the horror movie husband, you could say. But they live in a small house that's kind of old, but I don't think anyone died there, and I don't know, it's just kind of weird, and really, I don't know what to do about it. So I just got back from a trip to New York City. I go there multiple times a year as I have family and a handful of close friends that live there. I've been meaning to share this since it happened a couple of nights ago, but I wanted to make sure that I had the time to sit down and really regather all the details correctly. And look, I'm sure we've all had those crazy subway stories at one point or another in our lives, but genuinely, I never thought that I would end up in one this terrifying. So, I was heading back to my hotel from a friend's house at about 3 a.m. the other night. My friend lives deep in Brooklyn, my hotel was in Manhattan, so if you know the city, then you know that that's about a 30 to 45 minute long train ride, give or take. My friend finally arrived and I was happy to be headed home. I was exhausted and it was really late. My trip had been going unexpectedly well up until this point, so I had faith that I would be able to get home with no worries, especially since the trains and the streets were basically empty at this hour. The train was brand new and had just been cleaned, something that I've never even seen before, to be honest. Heck, it even smelled like a new car, and still had fresh mop water on the floor. There was only about 3 other people on my train, all minding their own business. So far so good, right? Well, about 2 stops into the train ride, a man that looked like maybe he was in his late 20s stumbled into our train car mid-ride through the connecting doors of the cars. He had on a Nike ski mask, which usually isn't a good sign on a nice 70-degree night in general context, but I'm not one to judge by appearance. Plus, I know the shiesty mask is sort of a trend nowadays, so I didn't think too much of it at first. He sort of hobbled in, and he was clutching his stomach, almost as if he was concealing something or hiding a wound. His eyes were bloodshot red, and at first I thought that it was because he was high or something. He immediately hobbled into the nearest corner and sort of sulked in the corner, facing it until the next stop. He then ran out the closest door and erupted into the most painful crying that I've ever heard. He was just screaming, moaning and crying, all while running sort of alongside the stopped train on the platform, still clutching his stomach, screaming things like "why" and gasping through his tears. Keep in mind, I'm sitting in the middle of the train facing away from the side that he got off, so I'm kind of breaking my neck behind me as he's running behind me to watch what's going on. He then ran back inside the same car, through the door on the opposite side of the car now. He was on my right before, but now he's on my left. There's no one in between me and him now, since everyone else is closer to the right side. He did the sulking while facing into the corner thing on the other side of the car now, but this time he kept scream-crying and yelling things like "why" again, but he was crying so hysterically that it was hard to make out a lot of what he was saying. From the certain words that I gathered, though, I'm almost positive that a very close friend of his had just gotten killed or something, I guess. It's really the only thing that would explain the way that he was acting and the things he was saying. Plus, he was suited up like he had just come back from a street mission gone bad or whatever. At this point, everyone on the train was frantically flicking their eyes over to him every few seconds. You could tell that they were panicked but not trying to cause a scene about it or rile him up anymore. I was getting a little sussed out myself, but I had seen and heard about worse on the subway, and if someone that he knew had really just died, then honestly I sort of felt horrible for the guy before anything else. But then, the entire situation escalated to a point that I had only ever seen in movies or crime shows until now. The man stayed in this corner crying and screaming and muttering things to himself for about another 3 minutes or so, all while continuing to clutch his stomach as if he was concealing something. I had definitely seen a black object in his hand too by this point, but I couldn't tell if it was big enough to be a gun or not. After I saw this, I tried not to take my eyes off of him for too long at a time, since I was the closest person to him, but I also didn't want to stare. He was starting to say concerning things though, like, someone's gonna pay for this, and then he would just repeat it louder and louder, and then he burst into a dialogue that genuinely made my heart drop. Keep in mind, he's still facing the corner, hunched over, clutching his item. He then says, "All of you sitting on this train right now, you're all going to feel me tonight. You hear me? You're all gonna feel me tonight. And you're all gonna hate it too. Oh man, you're all gonna hate it." He kept getting louder and louder as if he was saying this to the point where he was basically screaming by the last part. I don't know what he said after that, because as soon as that train stopped next, I just absolutely bolted. He was screaming at me as I got off, but I couldn't hear it, and I definitely wasn't trying to turn back. I ran back up to the nearest street exit, chain smoked a couple of cigarettes, and I waited 20 minutes for the next train to come. I've seen enough in my life to know that this wasn't a situation that I was willing to gamble with at all. I do pray that the last 3 people on that train got home safe and nothing happened. I briefly searched Twitter and the news the next day for any possible information that I could find, but I didn't see anything. Honestly though, who even knows what's worth a headline to them down there anymore? I had a close dear friend years ago. We went to high school together and instantly became close as we enjoyed the same, well, everything pretty much. Movies, games, activities, and so on. This friend had a beautiful cottage in Muskoka, which was about an hour and a bit from the area that we lived in. They would talk about it a bunch, saying how awesome it was to go there in the summer as it was right by a river and was perfect for swimming and paddleboarding and all that. They also said that it was kind of haunted though, just a passing comment about how it was spooky, how they'd hear things at night, how it was probably home to a ghost. They always said this jokingly, like it was no big deal, so we'd usually laugh at the idea that their beautiful and pretty much newly built cottage was actually a ghost house. Fast forward a couple of years and they invite me out to their cottage in October. The family was going up and my friend asked if I could come with them. I was super excited to go because I'd never really been to Muskoka and knew how beautiful it could be, especially in the fall, and also how often my friend mentioned the fun that they'd have at that cottage. I want to now preface what comes next with the fact that I have never had any paranormal stuff happen to me, ever. I don't disbelieve it and never have, but I've never been in a position where I'd feel like, okay, this is definitely paranormal stuff. Until this event. So we get to where the cottage is located in this small community called Matthiasville. As soon as we enter, I just get this weird feeling, like a shadow had been cast over me. It was a beautiful sunny day with good vibes, all the way up until we crossed the bridge that led into the community. The weather suddenly turned overcast, but it wasn't that. There was a heavy and weird energy there. We're driving along the riverside for some time, and I tell my friend about the energy feeling, to which they said, "Oh, I know, it's weird, right? Like heavy." Things lighten up. However, when we arrive at the cottage, this place was absolutely beautiful. New build, 3 floors, big deck on the 2nd floor, and tons of windows that went floor to ceiling. It overlooked the river, and it had a forest trail at the back even. The trail was way too thick with brush and wood to even try to navigate, so we spent a lot of our time out by the water and on the big deck just sort of chilling. We drive into the nearest town, Bracebridge, for some outings, and at night we dedicated our time to beating the COD World at War campaign split screen. It was an absolute blast. We went for a long day walk too and saw some of the interesting points of Matthiasville, a big dam, and beyond that a strange and small sort of graveyard that was situated on a slight hill at the very tip end of the community. All the graves were pretty old and some of them were unmarked. Others you couldn't even make out what the stones had written on them. It was eerie, but nothing out of the ordinary happened for the first 2 nights that we spent there, so I just thought that it was all a nothing burger. Now, on the third and last night, the dad had to head home early for some work stuff, so it was just my friend, their mum, and myself hanging out for the night. The mum was sleeping in the loft way up on the 3rd floor, and we made the basement floor our home for the weekend. We decided to watch a movie and eat some snacks, but when that was finished, I suggested that we go out for a night walk since it was a clear night with a big moon out, and I loved going for night strolls. Plus, we hadn't really been out and about after dark, and the place was pretty beautiful at night too. My friend, though, was really against this. They said that the place was spooky enough during the day, let alone at night. But I managed to convince them, and so out we went. We were walking along the road that went along the river, towards the dam and the end of the community where the graveyard was. We made it about a quarter of the way when my friend stopped dead in their tracks. I looked back to see what was up, and they were just sort of standing there, and they looked defensive. I asked what was up, and they said, "We need to go back, like now. This feels weird, and I don't like it at all." I asked if they were scared, like if they heard an animal or something. And as soon as I asked that, we heard what I can only describe as a deep and loud crackling and snapping of wood in the dense forest above us, on a rocky ridge that was beside the road, opposite side of the river. I looked up to where we heard it, and it suddenly felt like everything just hushed. Crickets and all other nighttime sounds seemed to have just completely stopped. My friend quietly said my name. I looked back at them, and then suddenly, the bushes and the shrubs underneath the ridge on the other side of the road just exploded, as if something huge jumped in them and thrashed around. This made us bolt, and I remember just saying "run" as I followed behind my friend. We ran non-stop straight to the basement door of the cottage. We got there in minutes, but it felt like seconds. We ran straight into the basement bedroom, and we both hopped into the bed. I remember saying that it was likely a coyote or a raccoon or something, but as soon as I said those words, a creaking started forming up above us in the living area of the 1st floor. The creaking soon turned into slow, heavy footsteps, back and forth, and loud as if someone was wearing work boots or something. I remember my friend through tears saying, "Does that sound like a coyote to you?" I cannot even describe the absolute feeling of dread that just suddenly washed over me, like there was something up there taunting us. We lay in complete silence for what felt like hours. We got into the bed at around 3 a.m. after our walk, which turned into a run, and the footsteps didn't stop for an hour or so at least. Eventually, I remember finally falling asleep at about 6 in the morning. When we woke up, the first thing that we did, of course, was ask the mum if she had been awake last night at around 3 a.m., and she assured us that she wasn't. She hadn't even gotten up once to use the bathroom, she said. Even if she did, we should have been able to have heard her door open and then the footsteps down the loft stairs. I mean, everything was open concept on the 1st floor, so it was easy to hear things going on there. After that, though, we packed up and left, and my friend's parents sold the cottage a couple of years later, and I don't think any of them went back once after that weekend. I was curious about the area afterward, though, so I eventually did some Googling and learned that there was once a sawmill or something like that, and a tragic accident happened there. I believe the owner's son drowned or had a bad accident in the mill or something tragic like that. I want to say that that could be a factor here, but honestly, who knows? All I know is that night, I heard heavy, clear, and loud footsteps pacing around above us on the 1st floor. And that was my first and only paranormal experience that I will never, ever forget. I never really discussed this because, well, it creeped me out. But I remember it from time to time. This happened years ago, and I was in a long-distance relationship at the time. So every other week, I went to my ex's hometown and stayed there for the weekend. It was about a 2-hour trip to get to the town station and another 2 hours to walk by foot to get to his house. 15 minutes if you go by car, which isn't always available. His hometown is a province surrounded by thick forests. It's a long walk just to get to the stores and food establishments as well. I usually had to walk on the road meant for vehicles that cut through the forests. A lot of times I get to the hometown late, so I'm usually walking in pitch black areas around 8 at night with just a flashlight for 2 hours, just to get to his place. At this hour, there were no cars driving by, and it's a pretty quiet town anyway. It was always so eerie when I was walking for a long time in the woods, though. There were a lot of parts of the woods that are completely silent, not even sounds of bugs or birds, just my footsteps. Those were the times when I felt like I was being watched, but I never turned around in fear that I might see anything or whatever. But after maybe a few weekends of me doing this and staying there was a weekend when a car was available. My ex took me to the station and we parted ways there. When I got home, he called me and said that his relatives, who were driving home, they live near my ex, had seen me walking by the road in the forest. They had been discussing it before he called me because they were scolding him for making me walk to the station alone at night like that. He explained to them that he drove me to the station and that there was no way that I was in the forest since I was already home too. I asked if they were sure that it was me or just someone who looked like me, but they perfectly described what I was wearing that day. But they haven't seen me at all during that weekend, so there's no way that they could have known what I was even wearing. To add to this as well, his relatives are not the type to joke about stuff like this. They also said that they got a good look at this person and that it was definitely me. Until now, I don't know how to explain it. It creeps me out thinking about it and knowing that there was something that copied my appearance. I eventually broke up with my ex and realized how much I despised his hometown. The air there feels heavy and depressing. He also said the same thing back then, but I don't really know anything about doppelgangers and I'm still skeptical about them, but this always makes me question what I believe in. I also had a previous incident back then too with my friend group. All of us were walking down the stairs in school. We went to the bathroom and found one of us missing. We were asking each other where she was because we were just talking to her as we were walking. But this friend showed up in the bathroom complaining that we didn't wait for her and she was left in the classroom while getting her stuff. We genuinely thought that she was just messing with us. I mean, we were literally talking to her before she disappeared. But a lot of other people had vouched for her that she was always in that classroom with them, and they left the classroom together with her before she looked for us in the bathroom. So, again, I just don't know how to explain this. So I'd like to preface this with the fact that I have no idea exactly who or what it is that I saw, but it's pretty spooky regardless of whether or not it has an earthly explanation. And that's the part that continues to haunt me 10 plus years later. So I grew up in Sleepy Hollow, New York, home of the Headless Horseman, and allegedly a number of other hauntings. I was 16 at the time and riding shotgun in my then boyfriend's car, headed home on Old Sleepy Hollow Road at 3 in the morning. This was before my parents enforced a curfew because I was taking advantage of it. At the end of Sleepy Hollow Road is Sleepy Hollow Road and a stop sign, at which making a left brings you through a densely wooded area to my parents' house. Old Sleepy Hollow Road, it is dark and curvy and cuts through the woods that contain the old carriage trails which connect to the cemetery, where the Headless Horseman is laid to rest and said to ride, as well as where some of the other legends of Sleepy Hollow originated. Not many cars frequent this road. Outside of tourist season, the village is quiet and the houses back there are quite sparse. This was the case, even more so about 10 years ago. There weren't and still aren't many lights on in these back roads, but there is one right next to the stop sign, almost like a spotlight. When we pulled up to that stop sign, I got such a fright because a young woman wearing nothing but a long white gown or otherwise thin white dress was very suddenly standing on the road right next to the stop sign. At first I was scared that we were about to hit her, but when we drove away, the reality of the situation really started to sink in, and that's when I felt extremely unsettled. What was she doing there at 3 in the morning? It gave me a heavy pit in my stomach. This was around November in New York. It was quite frigid, and she had no jacket or any shoes on. There are houses back there, but really not that many. She didn't look directly at us at all, despite us almost hitting her, and it almost seemed like she was just staring straight through us or beyond us. She was unblinking and unmoving, in fact, very pale with the cliché long dark hair to match it. I remember asking my boyfriend if he just saw what I just saw, and he just nodded. We never really spoke about it again until many years later when I confirmed with him that it really happened. It wasn't just a figment or a dream or something. My parents live up against those woods with my room on the bottom floor. I don't think I slept in my room for months after that incident. And to be honest, I still think of it when I visit. I have since read a lot about this figure and different accounts of it. There are stories of ladies in white across many cultures, but one thing that many of the tales have in common is the betrayal of a lover. This boyfriend was my first love, and unbeknownst to me at the time, he was secretly sleeping with my best friend behind my back. To this day, it remains one of the worst betrayals of my life. Eventually, he became very violent towards me as well, and I can't help but wonder if she was a warning of some sort. Of course, there are other related ghost stories in the immediate vicinity of where this occurred, like the woman who froze to death at Raven Rock, where she sought refuge during a harsh winter storm, a colonial woman who died hiding from a violent suitor, a Native American girl who was killed at the hands of her jealous lover, a teenager who died after being pushed out of her boyfriend's car during an argument. Hulda of Bohemia's homestead was in those woods, a quick 15-minute walk from my parents' house, in fact. I doubt it was her, but she has a very sad and incredible story associated with her for those who are interested. My favorite Sleepy Hollow figure, in fact. Truthfully, the list of many supposed apparitions of the area could go on for far longer. The happy ending, I guess, is that I dumped that loser and I grew up to work in the morgue. I definitely don't scare easily, and while I've had a few other unusual experiences throughout my life, this one is truly a mystery to me. I think of it every time I drive past that stop sign, and I sometimes still have dreams about it, as was the case last night. So I've resolved to get it all out here in an attempt to unload it to some internet strangers. Feel free to share your opinion or theories or similar stories, skeptic or not, because it's nice to be able to talk about this, and it's nice to be able to get it off my chest. I have experienced shadow figures for a number of years. My partner is a skeptic, on the other hand. Well, was. You see, within the past 2 weeks, we have both had a number of terrifying experiences. The first time it appeared was to my partner and my dog. Paul had taken the dog over the field at around 1 in the morning. As he entered the field, he saw a figure to his right, but he thought that it was a local teen smoking, so he didn't pay too much attention. As he got along the tree line and bent down to get the dog's mess, he heard the trees rustling and sort of looked up. The same figure was now in the bushes, and he could tell now that it was completely black and featureless. It was a prominent figure, but a black and greyish prominent figure that looked like it could charge through you, his description. He was terrified, and both he and the dog ran. The thing charged through the undergrowth, keeping level with Paul. Branches were breaking, but whatever it was, it sounded weird. Inhuman was his description. The dog ended up dragging Paul, and they ran until they got home. He's a skeptic, but he cannot explain it. We went down in the day, and there was no clear path through the undergrowth, and no broken trees or branches or anything. A few days after, I was in the same field with the dog, and I heard rustling in the bushes and felt really oppressed and negative suddenly. I looked towards the rustling, saw leaves moving, and went to see if it was a mouse or something like that. But there was nothing there. I was looking around for a bit, and eventually I looked above me in the trees. And there, up in the tree, was what I can only describe as a shadow creature. I told it to go home and that it was lost. I eventually turned and walked away. I walked home, but nothing chased me. We both walked the dog the following night and felt evil energy and knew that we were both being watched all of a sudden. We both knew exactly where we were being watched from as well, and both felt it at the same time. There was nothing visible there, mind you, but it was uncanny how we both pointed to the location where we both felt it coming from. The last incident happened at 4 a.m. this morning. I was walking down the road that I live on, and a black figure moving fast caught my attention, but I thought that it was the local addict, definitely a person. I came level with the alleyway that the figure had entered, and that was when I saw a black humanoid mass that I can only describe as radiating evil, staring at me from what should have been its face, but it had no features. It was directly under the lamppost, which was working, and I could see it, absolutely everything. And whatever it was, it felt really malevolent. The best description that I've heard of it is that it's a bull of a thing. The feeling it gives off is worse than seeing it, to be honest. I'm not usually fazed by shadow people, but this thing is dark, and it has me worried. If anyone has any insights on how to deal with all of this, then I would greatly appreciate it. I, a 28-year-old female, live with my sister, 26. She has 2 small dogs that also live there, and I have 2 cats and sleep with my door open, so they can go in and out as they want. My sister sleeps with her dogs in her room with her door shut. When she gets up in the morning, her dogs run out and get into my bed with me because I usually sleep in later. My boyfriend spends the night most nights and leaves our house at around 7:45 in the morning to go to work where he clocks in at 9 a.m. I sleep with no lights and blackout curtains. My boyfriend doesn't turn any lights on and just leaves the room and gets ready outside of my room too so that I can sleep. Now, this morning my mum was here while I slept because her and my sister were going to go shopping together. My sister's alarm went off at around 10 in the morning and she got up to go to the bathroom. She said that she noticed that my door was shut, which is unusual, and she went to the bathroom, right next to my room. When my sister came out of the bathroom, she could see my door was now open and her dog was just sitting in my room and staring. This would be the first time in almost 3 years that they haven't just immediately hopped into my bed. She told her dog to lay down or to come out with her, but her dog just didn't move. She came into my room to get her dog and was startled to see my boyfriend sitting up in bed next to me because he's usually gone for work before she gets up. The room was pitch black, except she said that there was a light on him like he had his phone on or something. She left quickly because she was obviously embarrassed to have come in while my boyfriend was still in bed with me. She said that I was in bed sleeping on my side. She asked my mum if she had opened my door, but my mum said no. Later though, I wake up at around 12 p.m. and my mum and sister ask me why my boyfriend went to work later than normal. Me, never waking up when he leaves, said, I don't know, but maybe he overslept. I called my boyfriend and asked what time he left, and he said in a really confused voice that he left at 7:45, like normal. My sister didn't believe that, so I asked him to send a picture of his clock in a slip, and it showed that he clocked in at 9 a.m. He would have been at work before my sister even woke up at that, and there was just no light on in my room. I mean, I don't have any lamps next to my bed, and my phone was under my pillow when I woke up, so even if it was a pillow or something in the dark, neither me or my sister can come up with an explanation for the light, let alone why she saw a person in bed with me when I was alone, or how my door opened by itself like that. So my question for all of you is, was this a ghost? A time slip? A glitch in the Matrix? Does anyone have any idea as to what could possibly explain any of this? So this happened about 4 years ago. I used to live in a very rural part of NC, in the Triad foothills area. I was about 17 at this time, and my house was in the woods, about a football field's length away from the road, which wasn't a major one, just a back road. We did have neighbors, I guess, one on one side, and they were pretty close, separated by maybe 10 yards and some trees, but the other side, there's a few acres between us and the nearest house. Behind our house was acres and acres of fields and woods, and there was also a pond down there as well, which is important for later. Now, we had a dog at the time, and he had a sort of lot that we would put him in at night to sleep in. It was nestled in the very edge of the woods, about 100 feet from our house, and it was about 7 or 9 at night, and it was winter. Probably January to February, but I don't remember exactly. What I do know is that the holidays were over, though. I was taking our dog out to the lot that night as well. I had his metal bowl in one hand and the phone in the other. I got about halfway to his lot and suddenly just felt really weird. I did freak myself out taking him out sometimes, so this wasn't particularly extraordinary or anything. I shined my flashlight on the edge of the woods, near to his lot, where it sloped down a little bit and was further into the woods. When I did this, I saw glowing white eyes looking back at me. They must have been about 3 feet to 3.5 feet off the ground. My mind deduced that it couldn't have been a squirrel or a small animal, so I immediately yelled for our dog, dropped his food bowl, which made an extremely loud racket, metal on concrete, and just ran inside. I came in freaked out, saying that I saw something in the woods and I was not going back out there. My mum said that I was being dramatic and that it was just a deer and she would go out with me. I felt very confident after the racket that I'd made that whatever it was, it would have left by now, and so I went with her to take him back out. We walked out and I shined my light where the eyes were, and the eyes were still there, just as bright, and stared right at us. My mum got freaked out now and we both ran inside again. She came in and told my stepdad that I was right, and was freaking out, saying that there was a man sitting down there in the woods. My stepdad then went out there with a real flashlight and a gun, and we followed. He shined it back in the spot where the eyes were. He yelled, "Hey," real loud, and this is when I got the best look at it. The eyes were 100% about 3 feet to 3.5 feet off the ground. Whatever it was, it stared right at us and then walked sideways, not breaking eye contact, very fluidly, and then went off into the woods. Mind you, we never heard a sound. No leaves breaking, no twigs snapping, nothing. Never saw anything like it since then, and every time I took my dog out, I never saw anything like that again, despite checking every time. Now, before anyone asks, I don't know how my dog was acting. At the time, I was just too scared to pay any attention to it. I do know that he sometimes eats possums and skunks that fall into the lot, and would bark at other stuff like deer and foxes. The whole encounter, he was silent though, and seemed to just run inside with us and stayed close with us. The land behind the house, I'm almost certain, is native land. Way behind the house, up on a hill overlooking the pond, are stones in the ground, about 2 or 3 with markings on them. With certainty, I can say the inscriptions are definitely old, and are of a form of writing. They're very weathered, not fresh at all, and are precisely drawn lines with parallels and equal spacing between markings and all that. We've also found arrowheads in the area. We jokingly called it the Indian burial ground, but from my research, natives in NC rarely practice burial like this with headstones, so I'm really not sure what it is, but I'm pretty certain that it is native, if not older. Now, the pond, I always got a weird vibe down by the pond fishing, always. It was a natural pond or spring, but my stepdad turned it into a larger pond, and we had cows and stocked it with more fish and all that. There's a large slope that you have to walk down, surrounded by baby pine trees on each side. There's a small circle area right before you go down the hill to the pond, and in this clearing we used to find a lot of bones. I mean a lot. There'd be 3 to 4 piles of fish and snake bones neatly in a pile, normally all missing the head part. This pond is not close to where I had the encounter by any means. It's closer to the other side of the property, if anything, but still on our property, so yeah. But back in this area where I get the weird vibes, my stepdad has old fence posts separating his land and the neighbors. It's an overgrown field or pasture on one side, and straight woods on the other. The neighbors did come back here sometimes, but normally just to ride ATVs. Anyway, one day in the summer I went back there with friends, and in the very back line of the property was a crow's head stuck on the fence post. It was really freaky, and because of that we dipped. I've seen this before at my grandpa's house too. That time when I saw it, it was on a fence post around his garden, and he told me that you do that if crows eat your garden and they'll just stay away. However, when I saw it at our house, there has never been a garden anywhere near that fence post or close to that area at all. Anyway, I'm sharing this story mainly because I'm curious as to what you guys think it is. I can assure you that this creature wasn't any small critter like a squirrel or a raccoon or a deer or anything. I've debunked these myself because the eyes were too big and too high to belong to any small critters, and a deer would 100% have run away after all the racket and noise that we had made, and my stepdad yelling too. I mean, we saw deer routinely, and they're all very skittish as they're prey animal, right? The only animals I can think of that it could be would be a black bear, maybe a mountain lion or a bobcat. I lean more towards feline because it moved extremely fluid and smooth. The issue with this though is that mountain lions aren't found in NC, and bobcats are native but would be too small to fit the height of the eyes. A black bear is plausible, I guess, but also very, very rare to find in this area that I live in. You find them mostly in the mountains, if anything. Also, I would think that a black bear would make more noise like grunts and not move so fluidly like that. And like all animals really, they would have made much more noise moving away. It's a small community and everyone knows everyone pretty much, and everyone in that area hunts. There's a lot of game trails out, and usually when someone spots something out of the ordinary, like a bear or a bobcat or a big buck or whatever, it's the talk of the town, but no one's ever mentioned seeing something weird in the area at the time. But like I said, I'm curious as to what you guys have to say about this encounter. I added the info about the native land and the crow head and the pond, just in case these are any signs of cryptids or whatever, and could be useful in identifying it, if it is paranormal, that is. I mean, I admit that it could be completely coincidental and not related, but I just thought that it could be potentially important. So, if you have any questions or feedback, then shoot them my way and let's try and figure this out. I live at home with my mother and sister, in a house constructed at least before halfway through the 20th century, but we can't be entirely sure of the true date. Not many details exist of the home. Yet, with the little details that we have, many photos of the house exist, and I found a few of them hung up in the doctor's surgery and dentist nearby, which is weird, right? Anyway, a little bit of background knowledge is that this house was home to an elderly, practically bedbound man who lived solely upstairs in my sister's room. The closet in the room was turned into a bathroom, but was converted back into a closet after he passed, and my parents purchased the house soon after that as well. He apparently died in that room and seemingly can't pass over or whatever. Ever since I was young, a lot of weird and unexplainable stuff had happened in the house. Like, the first thing that I remember from my own memory is that I was playing in my living room with a plastic TIE fighter and sat on the ground when suddenly it just flew out of my hand and slammed to the other side of the room. I immediately ran out of the room to be consoled by my mother, yet it still never made the idea that something could just fly out of my grasp without anyone else in the room any easier to comprehend or accept. But the worst thing by far is what actually happened to my mum. So my mum works from home downstairs in the kitchen, and to reach the upstairs she would have to get up, walk for maybe 5 seconds, then walk up the stairs for about 10, turn to the right and enter my sister's door to her room. One day though, my mum was working from home like normal and just got off call with a client when she was called by my sister. Mum, come upstairs and see." To which my mum replied, "I'm working, you have to come and see me." She kept calling my mother and she kept replying to just come down. This went on for about 30 or so seconds. And that was when my mother realized that my sister was at school that day and that she was actually home alone. The calling stopped once she stopped replying, and she continued to work, pretty creeped out after that. There are many other weird stories from this house, but for whatever reason, that one always just gets under my skin. So, I'll start this by describing some things. So first, I'm in the car with my brothers and our mum pulls into the driveway of our grandmother's house to check on her due to recent concerns. She hadn't been answering anyone and it had people worried. Now, here are the parts that made it feel closer to a horror film, I guess. So she had hundreds and thousands of broken nutshells on her front porch. She always has lights on in her house after dark. But you know what? This time it was pitch black. No lights through any blinds, and it seemed really odd. Anyway, we pull in and this pit of dread just appears in my stomach, and a sour feeling just fills my mouth all of a sudden. Then my mum turns the radio down and tells us to stay in the car. I mean, cool, I wasn't going in anyway. It was way too creepy. And goes to the door and tries the screen door. It's locked. No big deal, she knocks on the door like an officer. But the inner door opens so quickly, as though she had just been behind the door waiting there. I got chills at that, and our grandmother looked inches taller, which was really weird. My mum goes in and the door closes behind her, and this pit had instantly evolved into a feeling of just dread. My brother and I shared a look as we got the same chills. For whatever reason that evening, the house just felt evil. That's the best way that I can put it. Now, after a few minutes of mentally wanting her to get the heck out of there, she storms out and gets in the car and we pull out. The next few minutes down the road were tense. She seemed mad, annoyed. That's what we thought she was anyway. But then she starts crying. And now we're confused, so we're asking if something happened. She starts to tell us about what happened, and apparently there were no lights on in the house, none at all. Our grandmother goes through the archway in the dark with no problems. Mind you, she has bad hips and she's really clumsy, but she wasn't grabbing the rails on the wall for help or anything this time, nor did my mum smell any cat urine. I know that's odd, but her house has 3 cats and a litter box that is difficult to clean, so it really should smell. I mean, it always does, but not this time. Instead, my mum smells floral scents like lily and lilac and a bit of lavender perhaps, everywhere as well. Then my grandmother stands in the middle of the living room with her arms neatly together, in the darkness still, mind you, while my mum tries to turn on a light, but the light bulbs just were all taken out. Now this was just beyond reasonable because she couldn't have removed them without any help. The floral scent got worse the closer she got to her, and the room was really stuffy, hot, even dark, and our grandmother didn't want any lights on apparently. The couch was against the heater, and the heater wasn't even on. The blanket on the couch was neatly folded like it hadn't been used. All signs of the cats were gone too. My mother said there was this heavy weight on her chest when she was in there, like someone was pushing her chest in. And the way that she spoke apparently was just wrong. She called our mum dear, not sweetie or honey, but dear. And my mum went to give her a goodbye hug, And this is where things got even worse. My mother is taller than her, and so she has her arms over my grandmother's, naturally. But this time, when my mum hugged her, she was shorter than my grandmother. And she said that she looked younger, like there were fewer wrinkles in age, and that it felt like she was hugging a stranger. Bear in mind, too, that my grandmother has been collecting these blue glass things, pretty little things when there isn't any dust on them, and these prized things were apparently now in a box, broken, and the box was shoved against a wall. The next thing was that she always only had a single tooth, but when she talked, my mum said that there was now a full set of teeth. Mind you, she doesn't have any money to get any fake teeth or anything. When my mum practically fled the house, my grandmother just watched us leave in the darkness, still acting really weird. Now, I knew that she had been getting worse with her dementia lately, but I mean, what the heck, right? I mean, that stuff makes you forget everything over time, but not gain height or teeth, pull every light bulb out, and look 30 years younger. Honestly, I would love for someone to make this make any sense at all. We have no idea what is going on with her, and we could really use some help. This happened when I was about 10 years old. I was at a ski resort with my dad, stepmom, and 3 sisters. And when this happened, my sisters, dad, and stepmom were still out skiing, but me and my sister Ava got cold, so we went back to the hotel to get some food. We sat at the restaurant in the hotel until my stepmom came down. We asked her if she could hold the table so that we could go up to the room quickly so that we could drop off our ski jackets. We take the elevator, and once we get off, we start to walk to our room. That's when I hear someone behind me go, "Hey." Keep in mind that we're both still about 10 and 11 at this time. I didn't think that he was talking to us, so I just ignored it. We walked into our room, but before we can close the door, the man steps into the doorway. He was tall, probably about 6 feet, and looked pretty old, maybe in his early 60s or late 50s, and he was wearing the hotel staff uniform, but just without the logos. The thing that raised a big red flag for me, though, was that he was wearing black surgical gloves. He says, "Hey, I was just talking to you." We spin around, caught off guard. Ava says, "Oh, us?" He goes, "Yeah, you. I was wondering if you could grab a pitcher for me and come into my room to pour some water for me." Our parents always told us to never trust strangers, and we already got a bad vibe from him, so we politely declined. His tone then got a little bit annoyed, and he said, "It'll just take a second. Can you please just pour me some water in my room?" At this point, we already knew that this wasn't right, so we said no again. This conversation went back and forth for about 3 minutes until he tried to walk into our room. Our instincts kicked in at this point, and I ran towards the door and said, "Sir, we're good," and I slammed the door on him. Ava and I sat in the hotel room for about 10 minutes, panicking on how we were going to leave or talk to our parents because we had left our phones downstairs. We looked out of the peephole and he was gone, so we eventually bolted down the hallway and ran back down the stairs to the restaurant. Once we told our stepmom, she was obviously mortified and went to the office security. They interviewed us and asked us for the description because they didn't have any cameras in the hallway apparently. We gave them the description, and they told us that nobody with that description worked there, and that most of them were young broke college students. At this point, it really set in that if I had accepted and just helped him, that may have just been the end of me. So, everyone out there, please do teach your kids stranger danger because it may save their lives just like it did mine. So I don't believe in ghosts, but I also have never hallucinated before or ever again after this. Years ago, I was taking my parents' dog out the front yard to go and pee before putting her to bed. I was staying with them for a couple of months and about 26 or 27 at that time. At some point I noticed standing in front of the tree was the dark figure of a man. It was nighttime, so I didn't think too much of it. I mean, it was just a pure black figure. He was wearing a wide-brimmed hat like my dad has, so I naturally assumed that it was probably him. I was a little confused though why he would be outside like this, so I called out to him, "Hey Dad," but I didn't hear anything back. He just stood there as if he didn't hear me. I called out again, still nothing. Then I heard my dad talking, and it was coming from my parents' bedroom, so I quickly realized that whoever was standing there was a complete stranger on the property. Then he bent over and motioned to their dog as if asking her to come here, and even though she was standing on the driveway, she started peeing and her legs were trembling as if she was about to collapse. It was odd because she wasn't barking. It was though she was paralyzed in fear. I then got a closer look and could confidently see that this person wasn't a person, but rather a silhouette of one. At that, I ran as fast as I could inside. I came out just a moment later to look for the thing, and it was gone, and I didn't see it again. The only trace of the experience was the dog's pee on the driveway. Now, rationally, I know what happened was the fact that I was afraid of what seemed like an intruder, and their dog could probably sense that as well. I'm surprised that she didn't bark though. I mean, she's never really reacted this way to being scared. She's always barked like crazy when she is scared. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or evil spirits or anything like that. However, I will admit that it kind of feels like something along those lines. I assumed that it was just a hallucination, even though I have no history of that and haven't hallucinated or had mental health problems since then either. But it's really the only explanation that I have. Frankly, I just brushed it off for years, and then I was watching a video compilation of scary stories one year on Halloween, and heard of the Hat Man and how people all over the world have seen pretty much exactly what I did. I'm still pretty secular when it comes to ghosts and stuff like that, but man, after hearing that, what other people had seen, and realizing that it was the exact same thing, if that wasn't the creepiest thing that I'd ever heard, then I don't know what is. It felt like something that a character would come across in a horror movie, not real life. Anyway, the whole thing's a bit embarrassing for me to share with other people, but like I said, I just can't get over the fact that there was something more to this, especially because, well, the dog saw it too, and the dog reacted so strangely. So, I've contemplated telling this story forever, it seems, because it just sounds not real. But I love this place so much, I've decided to share it here. When I was in high school, I worked at the local Pizza Hut, and I was a closing server, so after closing down the salad bar and mopping, I got out of there pretty late. I had this ritual of texting my dad when I was almost done to let him know that I was almost home, but mostly it was to test and see if him and my mum were awake or not. If they weren't, then I would take the long way home on the old country roads. I lived on a dog breeding farm 20 minutes outside of town, and I would smoke a joint or jam out or whatever. Now, one particular night I decided to do this, and I was riding along a back road about 3 to 4 minutes from my house. This is a road that I know very well, and my bus took this road my whole childhood. One thing to note about my area is that I live in the deep woods of East Texas, so most people who own property put their houses about maybe a quarter to half a mile back on the property, and keep their exposed woods as basically a natural fence and defense as well. So, while you can see a lot of driveways and mailboxes, you can see almost no houses, just pretty much woods with chunks taken out. Now, as I'm driving, I come upon a toolbox, like the ones that sit up in the back of a work truck, smack dab in the middle of the tiny dirt road. I pull up to it and stop and open my door, stepping out but not away from my car, and as I take in my obstacle, I realize my headlights are not the only light on the road. there are headlights, small ones, coming up a driveway that was parallel with the toolbox. I quickly sit back down in my car and close my door till only a crack is open so that in a moment's notice I can close it, go off into the grass and get the heck out of there if need be. When a small riding wheel lawnmower comes out of the trees, and riding it is a man in a full clown suit and a mask with a shotgun laid across his lap. He turns and looks directly through my windscreen and into my eyes and brings the shotgun up out of his lap. Now, I am a country boy through and through. I can smell when I'm somewhere that I'm not wanted, so before he even got the butt of that thing to his shoulder, my car was in drive and in the side ditch of the road. I got out of there, threw my joint out, went home, crawled into bed, and never really spoke about it again. I still don't know what that guy was doing, seeing as this was probably 2018 to 19, so after the killer clown craze. Whether it was a dumb kid or some crazy backwoods man, I'm not really sure, but I'm really glad that I never ran into him again. So, I haven't shared this with anyone because, well, I don't want to seem crazy. I'm just looking for some opinions, I guess, if this was a prank or what. I waited to share this because I was just so freaked out and I didn't know if any of them recognized my car or something. Anyway, so I'm not sure where to start, but I'll do my best. So I live in northern Minnesota in a decent-sized town, 15,000. However, outside of town is extremely rural, with very low populations in the surrounding towns. This happened on the 21st of June, like around 1 or 2 in the morning. So I had training for work down in the Twin Cities at the beginning of that week, and hit the road to head back north at around 9 or so. It's about a 4-hour drive north. The first half of the drive is mostly highway, and then the second half is more of a rural 2-lane road, but still a common road traveled. I'm not sure if any of you have driven in Minnesota, but there are deer everywhere, so I was staying pretty attentive on keeping my eyes peeled for something possibly running across the road. But what to look for are their eyes when it's dark, as they tend to stick out in the ditch and you're able to spot them before passing them. So I was on a stretch of road without a town for about 30 miles in all directions, when I noticed a glow in the woods, which was some type of bonfire inside the woods. But also there was a group of people standing in the ditch forming a line towards the woods. I thought that they were deer at first. These are dense woods too, big pine trees, so you can see into the woods fairly easily. I slowed down because I guess I thought that maybe they needed help or whatever. I'm going to try my best to explain it because my headlights were facing forward, so I could only make out one person clearly. I couldn't see too much detail for the other people, as they were farther away in the ditch closer to the woods. But they were lined up in a row facing the road, but forming a line heading into the woods. They had their heads down looking at the ground, but for each person that was closer to the woods, they were closer to the ground. First person straight up, and then the next looked somewhat hunched over, and then I think the people close to the woods were kneeling. It was hard to make out their age, but I had to guess maybe middle-aged, but I'm not positive. I really could only make out the first person's outfit, but they had on what looked like a white robe with a black sash around it. The sash had a symbol of what looked like a robot, or some type of figurine with its hands facing out, sitting down. There was other imagery on the sash, but I was only stopped for maybe 10 seconds trying to process everything. Also, these people never acknowledged me, as far as I'm aware anyway, just didn't even move whatsoever. I was pretty much frozen with fear, as obviously this is quite abnormal and nothing like I've ever witnessed or heard about here. So I promptly left after I got my focus regained on the road. I tried telling myself that it was some hoax or maybe some different people camping, but it was just too odd and it just seemed like that was not the case. So I guess I'm just wondering if anyone else has experienced something like this or heard about it. And if you have, and if you know anything, well, what is it? I've lived in many haunted houses all my life, each with their own experiences and stories, but for the most part human in nature. This, though, was the first time that I experienced something that I would call inhuman. My dad was in the army at the time, and had been stationed to a base in South Carolina. He found a house for rent and showed us pictures of it. It was a single story at the end of a roundabout, in the middle of the woods. You can see the other house off in the distance through the trees. I looked at the pictures, and whenever I looked at the pictures of the outside, a voice in my head would start screaming at me, "It's in the woods, it's in the woods." Nothing on the inside, just the outside. When we got there, as we were unpacking, a cop pulled up too. I never got out of the car, but talked to my mum through the window about how he knew the previous owners, and just wanted to check on things. We never saw the cop again after that, but it was weird. Anyway, whenever I go outside, I would get the sensation that something was hiding in the tree line, and that it wanted me to follow it. I felt like it was trying to be playful and mischievous. I would also see figures walking by the windows and heard scratching from outside even. One night, I woke up hearing something moving around outside. I went to look outside, peeking through the blinds, and I saw something crouching in front of the window. If it was standing, it would have been on two legs and at least 7 feet tall. Given I could see the silhouette of shoulders and knees, I could also see that whatever it was covered in fur. Obviously, I was pretty freaked out. Days later, my parents had taken my brother to the airport as well, and I was home alone. I was doing laundry, and I saw that my room was brighter than normal for some reason. I figured that I must have left my bedside lamp on, so I went to go and turn it off. I stood in my doorway and saw that my lamp was off. Looking up, my ceiling light, which had never worked since we moved in, was on. I texted my mum asking if she had the light fixed, and she said no. That was really weird because we checked that later as well, and that line was broken. Eventually, I left for Army basic training, but my mum kept up to date on what was going on there. And she said that she was hearing the scratches and the noises now that I used to hear. One night, she was talking to my dad by the door and said that they both heard someone run up on the porch and rattle the door handle. My dad whipped open the door, but when he did, there was nothing there. We never got any answers to what was in the woods or the house, but it was my first experience with something that honestly felt inhuman. This incident happened a few months ago while I worked at a former police department here in the southeastern US. I was a patrol officer there, and our shifts at the time were 12 hours, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I enjoyed working nights, a lot of fun and crazy things happened, which really kept things interesting. The night started as it usually does as well. A shift briefing, pass on general pre-shift shenanigans. I'd say about the first 3 to 4 hours were pretty normal as well. Wrecks, domestic disturbances, and the likes. But I'd say maybe 11:30 to 11:45, we received a call for a severe wreck. A black sedan rolled over and was upside down in the ditch. The callers who called it never stopped, but they said that they didn't see anyone in or around the vehicle. I was the second one on the scene, my sergeant being the first. Now, I have been to gruesome scenes before, gunshot and stabbing victims, welfare checks to find decomposing bodies, and other terrible scenes. I was generally okay with handling them, but nothing could have prepared me for this scene. So in the car was an infant's child seat ripped from the restraints. My first hope was there wasn't a child in the car. On further investigation, though, the front shield wasn't even attached to the car anymore. It happens a lot in rollovers, but About 30 feet away, in the knee-deep high grass, I saw a depression from what looked to be something displacing the grass. As I approached, I saw the body of a woman, 28 years old, based on a driver's license, and we recovered her. She was in and out of consciousness and hardly being able to speak. We had a lot of trouble with her. When I found her, fire was rolling on the scene, and I radioed to them that I'd found the victim. And despite the noise, I heard distinctly, "Where is my baby?" When I looked back down at her, she was staring at me, and my heart sank, because it was then that I realized that there was a child somewhere in either the vehicle or ejected somewhere out here. I immediately began searching the field after telling my sergeant that a child was also in the vehicle. We searched and searched, and eventually, well, unfortunately, you get the drift. That was the moment that something in me just changed as well. After the mother and the child were transported, we learned the mother succumbed to her wounds. A single car, 2 fatality wrecks. I was placed on admin leave and had to speak with our psychiatrist for several days until they deemed it okay for me to return to shift. My first night back was routine calls that we usually had, the same as the second night. The third night, though, we received a call, once again a wreck, on the same road as before, in the same manner as well. I was closer to the location and arrived at the scene first. Mind racing, heart going 100 miles an hour. The memory suddenly flooded back from that first collision, but as I rolled up to the scene, there was nothing. No wreck, just an empty field and darkness. My blue lights were on, and so were my scene lights. Confused if I was at the right location, I radioed my dispatch to confirm with them, and they acknowledged that I was in the right place. I scanned, and nothing was out of the norm. Nothing was disturbed. The ground looked the same as it had been forever. It was then that I thought that perhaps this was a really cruel prank call or something. Maybe an error on the caller. So I got in my patrol car, turned my blue lights off, and prepared to drive further down the road to have a little look around. As I placed my car into drive, though, I noticed movement out of my peripherals, but when I looked, there was just inky darkness. I shook it off and I drove off. I never did find the second supposed accident, and I ended up being told to clear up as other calls were waiting. But later that night, when things began to calm down, at around 3:30 in the morning, I decided to drive down that road once again, just to take a look. As I turned left onto the road, I honestly felt as if something nudged my right arm. Instantly, my hair on my arm stood on end, and I got the chills. No one else was in the car with me, but I tried to rationalize it. I continued on down the road. As I approached the original wreck scene, I saw off to the side of the road what appeared to be someone standing in the distance in the field. Despite the distance and being in the shadows of my headlights, I could tell what clothes that they were wearing. Blue jeans and a light shirt, but what caught me off guard was I could see the figure holding something in its arms. As I got closer, I slowed down to a crawl, trying to use my spotlight to see better, but when I went back to look again, there was nothing there. Something in me told me to stop the car, and I did. As I got out, I looked into the field with my flashlights from the roadside. Behind me, and on the other side of the road from the field, was a wooded plot of land. And from there, I could hear what sounded like footsteps, but lighter. This was late autumn, and there were a lot of leaves on the ground, so there should have been more noise if someone was walking around on freshly fallen leaves like that. I informed my dispatch that I was stepping out of my vehicle and where. As I ventured out into the field, I found the original spot where the mother laid. Gauze, gloves, and various other medical bandages still laid there intertwined in the long grass. Despite being late autumn, the temperature was sitting around 55 degrees. But as I approached, I could feel the temperature suddenly drop. I got the chills again, goosebumps, and a feeling as if I was suddenly being watched. I scanned again and still nothing. As I left the spot and began walking back to my car, looking down as to not trip as I went, I looked up and my heart sank. Standing on the driver's side of my car, illuminated ever so faintly but not enough to see a face, was a woman, holding, clearly, a child in her arms. It was clear too, the same clothes as before but just obscured in the face. I called out to her and continued my way to her, trying to shine my flashlight at her, but as I did, I saw her step back into the shadows, my flashlight seemingly not able to pierce that darkness. As I got to my car, I called out again, searched with my flashlight, even going as far as turning my scene lights on, but nothing. Paranoid, I searched my vehicle, searched the wood line, and the feeling of dread became just too strong. And eventually, I got in my car and I just left. Shaken up by the experience, I called my sergeant and told him what happened. PTSD is what he said, and I was told to take the next several days off and to speak with the counselor. It really messed me up. After everything was said and done, though, I did return to work a week later. I just never went back down that road by myself while employed there. Several other people witnessed the same experience after I left, even people who were never even on the scene during the wreck. All described the same woman holding a child in the field, in that tree line. So, a few strange things have occurred to me and my boyfriend since we moved into our current flat last July, and I just feel like this would be the best place to share it and just get it off my chest. It might be a little bit long too, so I apologize in advance, but I was just looking for maybe some answers or some sort of advice. Now, before I describe these events, I'll say that I began experiencing sleep paralysis around 4 years ago, and have had a range of unpleasant experiences with it in the past. However, these experiences have never been physical, only visual. That is, until moving into this new flat. I'll also say that my boyfriend has never had any past experiences regarding anything that he would consider paranormal, though the events that have occurred in the flat have left us both a bit confused and definitely a little bit spooked out too. Since my boyfriend and I moved into our flat, we've experienced minor things such as noises sounding like something has fallen onto the floor and begun to roll across it, only to find nothing that could have made the noise. Other times we have heard noises as if someone large or something large is being dragged across the wall in the hallway, but when we've opened our door to check what was making all that noise, there's nothing there, and the motion sensor light is off too. If it's activated, it stays lit for around 5 minutes. One more common thing too we experience is the chain on the bedroom blinds rocks from side to side sometimes. This doesn't happen as a gentle swaying though. There have been a number of occasions where we have gone into the bedroom to investigate a loud clattering noise. We've heard it over the volume of our TV and music even, to find it swinging violently from left to right, rather than forwards and backwards. We've tried to explain this away as just a draft, but this would continue to happen even when there was no possible airflow from the windows, vents, fans, or the radiator. And even if this were to be caused by any of these things, the chain would swing forwards and backwards, not left and right, and it definitely would not make such a noise to begin with. It sounds as if it's being lifted up and released, causing it to hit the wall and then begin to sway. Anyway, upon initially moving in, I was having some trouble sleeping, or staying asleep I should say, to the point where I had to seek some medical advice. I was sleeping during the day as I work part-time night shift while I'm at university and finishing work at 7:30 in the morning, but have since just started going to bed earlier in the evening. When I was actually managing to sleep, I would have very graphic, intense nightmares. Some were so bad that I would wake up and just burst into tears even. On a few occasions, I would have sleep paralysis too, but there was one time that this happened that ended up really shaking me up. Across from my bed, there's a wardrobe where both doors are fully mirrored. The right side wall, as you see it from the bed, also has a mirror above a small desk. During this particular sleep paralysis, I watched my boyfriend, who was not home but at work, walk past the wardrobe mirrors from left to right, but this appeared only as his reflection inside the mirror. He then wasn't visible for a moment, as he seemed to have walked out of frame of the mirror, until I saw the reflection walk past the other mirror on the right. After this, there was nothing for a few seconds, but I was still in paralysis, until I felt something yank the bottom of my duvet covers away from me. A cliché, I know, but this had never happened to me before. It spooked me out of my sleep paralysis, and I shot up and grabbed my covers towards me, because they had actually moved. I still don't know how to explain this away, as my sleep paralysis experiences have never been physical like this before, so I don't really know what to make of it. But another similar instance happened one night that my boyfriend was driving home from work and got stuck in a bad traffic jam on the motorway, delaying him a good few hours due to the distance from the site that he had been working at. And because I was working early, I went to bed before he arrived home. And at some point in the evening, I remember him getting home and me having a sleepy conversation with him right before he got into bed, and I fell back asleep. I'm not sure how long after this, but I was woken up again, but I was woken up by my boyfriend, who was standing at the side of the bed and had brought us some food. I was instantly confused, asking where he had got the food from and when he had left to go and get it, to be met with the same confusion, because apparently he had only just gotten home. I'm still so confused by this, as this is not something that has ever happened to me and really creeped us both out, and I just don't know what to make of it. But the final straw for me was one evening I was talking to my boyfriend as I was just walking around tidying up, only to turn to him at one point and see what I can only describe as a solid silhouette of a child crouched down directly behind him. At this point, I started straight up freaking out, running into the bedroom and refusing to leave for the rest of the night. The first day that I contacted my stepmom, who is very spiritual and has had all sorts of encounters and experiences with the unseen world, including running her own business where she does Reiki and tarot cards or something, amongst other things. My dad and my stepmom came to visit the following weekend, where she cleansed the flat and recommended that I buy black tourmaline for protection, which I have. But since then, this kind of activity has decreased, but not stopped entirely, resigning itself to just the random, unexplained noises, I guess. But one thing that I noted when my stepmom came to cleanse the flat was that she had asked whose side of the bed it was that my boyfriend slept on, but didn't elaborate why she asked that, and honestly, I didn't ask why at that time, but I'm going to, as the events keep playing on in my mind, and I feel like I have no answers to anything. I really don't know what to make of any of this, to be honest. The only connections that I can make are all leading back to my boyfriend, with the silhouette crouched behind him, the physical sleep paralysis, him getting home twice in the same night, and my stepmom asking about his side of the bed. But this is the second place that we've lived together, and the occurrences only started upon moving here. I did scour the depths of the internet and found that supposedly we live right by a ley line, but I've found no solid evidence to support this, though it is apparently discussed in a book about the city that was published in 1987, which talks about legends, folklore, and mysteries. This particular book, however, seems pretty hard to come across, with it either being unavailable or unaffordable. But in any case, does anyone have any suggestions or ideas that I can investigate into a little bit? Because, as for now, I'm just completely clueless, and any help would be really appreciated. So I work as a childcare professional, and one of the kids that I look after had recently gotten into hiking. I decided to take him to a really cool trail in Salt Fork State Park, and we were all set to hike to Hossack's Cave after parking right near the beginning of the trailhead. The entire trail is about maybe half a mile, which is why I chose this trail for our hike that day. I also chose this trail because any time that I had been on it before, it was very busy and full of people, and a very popular spot which made me feel secure. However, this past summer, we had a cluster of severe summer storms which caused massive damage to the trail. So to my surprise, it was much more difficult and completely empty as well. I wasn't bothered by the trail being obviously empty because there was a small construction crew working on a bridge that was just barely visible from the trailhead. He was still up for the hike too, despite the entire width of the trail being washed out until it was no more than a foot wide with like a 6 to 12 foot drop off into the creek bed. That is solid rock, mind you, and several trees down. He was very athletic though, and I was confident in his abilities if he was. And he was also really excited to tackle our adventure, so we continued. We made it all the way to a platform that allows you to see the entire cave. There were many downed trees surrounding the platform, and it was actually closed at this point. But we had made it this far, so we decided to maneuver around the platform and proceed the few hundred feet into the cave. We spent the most time in this area due to the difficulty, so I know exactly what it looked like. There were tree roots directly under the platform, and you could sort of climb up and down either side of them, and it was also worth noting that Hossack's Cave is much more like a cliff with an overhanging rock formation and a trickle of waterfall directly in the middle. It is not a creepy closed-up cave by any means, and so it was very open and very beautiful. In any case, we got to the cave and I noticed a candle that was not burning recently but had been at some point, sitting on a large rock that had a heart carved into it. I chalked it up to someone having a date or something and disregarded it. He wanted to climb up to the top where I noticed 2 more candles and 3 stacks of small rocks that had been stacked up by somebody. I definitely felt weird at this point, but it was about this time that he found a small puddle full of baby salamanders and he wanted to catch them. It was honestly the happiest that I'd seen him in a very long time, and I didn't have the heart to tell him that it was time to go. We spent about an hour catching baby salamanders, and I watched him have the time of his life. Eventually, though, we finally decided to leave, and when we got to the platform, dead center in the middle of the tree roots was a wet washcloth hanging that was absolutely not there before, and he noticed it as well, but didn't pick up on the severity of the situation that we were in. At that moment, I factually knew 2 things. 1, someone was definitely watching us and we didn't see them. And 2, they were now potentially hiding in the woods and made it a point not to be seen but to leave an object to be noticed. There was no running back with the narrow trail, and I was not about to tell him that we were in potential danger. I told him to go in front of me, and I just kept encouraging him that he was doing great over and over, and that thankfully seemed to speed him up naturally. I never did see anyone while we were on that trail. We got to the car, and I locked the doors immediately once inside, and on our way out of the park, a very dirty man, probably in his 30s I would guess, came out of the woods and made it a point to stare at me with the most empty of expressions that I had ever seen. The man followed me with his eyes and his head as I drove by him, and continued to stare at me until I couldn't see him anymore. I knew the third fact at that point, that he had made it a point to make himself apparent to me, and that facts 1 and 2 were true. That stare stuck with me for days too, and I considered counseling after this as it bothered me for several weeks, causing me severe anxiety for some reason. I tried to tell myself that maybe we just interrupted his bath time and he was camping and didn't want to startle us or something. After all, the crazy-looking man had ample time to do something that he wanted while we were catching salamanders. I just cannot in any way rationalize why he stared into my eyes the way that he did if he wanted to go unnoticed, though. Deep down, I know that it is much more likely that it was a deliberate action intended to scare me. He never had any idea how panicked I was, and to this day, it was the most fun that I'd ever seen him have. He brings it up regularly, and it was a very positive experience for him. But it was one of the worst experiences ever for me, and it made me feel really sick and really disturbed. So I think it's important that I preface this story by stating that I'm always looking for a scientific or logical explanation to anything weird that I encounter. But this This had me scared beyond reason, and I've had a hard time finding any explanation. So I work as a care provider and help run homes of folks that we care for. One client I worked with was a man in his 50s. However, his health was declining to the point that most people assumed that he was in his late 70s or 80s. But this is relevant too. Whenever I went into his home, I just got uncomfortable vibes, is the best way to describe it. I would always feel extremely depressed or anxious and uncomfortable when I was there. I work with a lot of different people all over the city that I live, in and out of all kinds of homes, and I only ever got those kinds of vibes once before, and that was years ago, but it never felt this bad. It made the home feel, I don't know, oppressive whenever I was there. I just hated being there by myself because of it too. But a few months ago, I started realizing that I was remembering the vibe felt familiar from the other home from years before. As I sat in the kitchen on my laptop one afternoon, I started doing some research on the property to see if I could find any information on its history. Nothing unusual for it, just an older building from what I could find. I also started texting my sister if she ever got that uncomfortable vibe in the other house that I mentioned earlier, because she had also worked there as well. Once I started texting and narrowing down my internet search to see if I could find any information on if anyone had ever passed away or worse in the home, it was like the house knew that I was doing this. The air became heavy. All of the normal hummings of the electric appliances amped up to an uncomfortable loud buzz, and I had to cover my ears because I felt like they were going to pop from the pressure change. The lights overhead got brighter and buzzed as well, and I immediately shut my laptop and left the room. I told my sister that I would have to get back to her because I was done with even thinking about this, as to not agitate whatever took notice. Anyway, fast forward a couple of months. Nothing else major ever happened like that, but I was still always uncomfortable. My client's health continued to decline until earlier this year, when he eventually had to go into more intensive care. I came back one day to gather some things for him and some paperwork. It was a quick in and out visit, and as I went to exit and shut the door, I could sort of see across the main room into the kitchen, where it looked like what I can describe as only a dark silhouette figure just ducked out of sight, but I saw it. I know that I was completely alone in that house too, and I just immediately shut the door and left without looking behind me. I don't know what that was that I experienced there, but it felt like I wasn't supposed to take notice of whatever was there. The scariest part about all of this, though, is that I sort of think that it was feeding off of my client's life force, since he moved in a few years prior and caused rapid aging and decline in health. I'm not going to share anything specific about him, but it was strange how relatively young he actually was, given his physical condition and appearance. This happened 3 nights ago, and I'm going crazy trying to figure it out. I just moved into a new apartment 1 month ago, and I'm still unpacking and settling in. I've been using my parents' address as my mailing address, who live a few towns over, 20 minutes away, all my life. 3 nights ago, my parents called me at 2 in the morning, freaked out, and proceed to tell me this story. Apparently, at 1 in the morning, someone starts banging on their front door and repeatedly ringing their doorbell. My stepdad walks downstairs and opens the door, leaving the front glass door closed and locked. There was a man standing outside, who looked to be in his 30s, with a black hoodie on with the hood pulled up around his face. He didn't have any distinguishing facial features, facial hair, or tattoos. The only thing my stepdad said was that he looked to be Hispanic, perhaps. Neither my stepdad or my mother, who was watching the whole thing out of a window, recognized the man. But the man then says, I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for," and gives my full name. My stepdad plays dumb and says, "Who?" The man proceeds to state my full name again, and says that my boyfriend is worried because I didn't come home that night. He claims to be a friend of my boyfriend and tells my stepdad that they're both out looking for me, worried because I didn't show up at home. Mind you, I don't have a boyfriend. I live by myself with my 3 dogs and haven't been in a relationship in the past 5 to 6 months. But here's the weird part. My stepdad asked the guy what boyfriend he was talking about, and the man tells him the name of the boyfriend that I had when I was in 10th grade, nearly 20 years ago. My boyfriend in the 10th grade has a very, very unique Italian name. I've never met anyone with a full name even close to his, but he says my high school boyfriend's name a few more times to ensure that my stepdad heard him, and repeats that they're very worried about me. Is my stepdad sure that I'm not inside? At this point, my stepdad is weirded out and closes and locks the door in his face. But the man doesn't leave. He lingers in front of my parents' house for the next 10 minutes, smoking cigarettes and talking on the phone. Finally, my parents call the cops, and about 5 minutes before the cops arrive, the man walks down to the dead end on their block and drives away in a silver car. My stepdad was unable to get the license plate, and my parents file a police report, and after that, nothing else happens. After I hear this story, though, I'm just going crazy over the weird details. I mean, how would someone know who I dated nearly 20 years ago? And what would the motive be of making up a story that included that weird detail about my past? I have not had contact with the 10th grade boyfriend in over a decade. Yesterday, I decided to message him on Facebook, though, to see if he has any insight. I tell him the whole story, and he's just as confused as I am and claims to have no part in it. At this point, I'm just at a loss, and I'm also really freaked out that some strange man is going through that much trouble at 1 in the morning to look for me. If you have any insights or ideas of what this could be, then do let me know, because I have a feeling that something fishy is going on. So back in 2015, my sister and I are home alone watching Craigslist horror stories on YouTube. I know, it's pretty ironic. But for reference, I was 13 while my sister was 17, and having these watch parties had become something of a habit for us, as it was our last year together before she went off to college. We lived in a pretty safe neighborhood, and nothing had ever really happened at that point that would give us any reason to be anxious about being alone. But anyway, time goes on, and my sister suggests that we order a pizza since she was hungry. I'm not one to turn down a pizza, so I naturally agree, and we place an order at a local pizza place. We continue watching our videos for another 15 to 20 minutes before I step out to use the restroom. And just then, I hear the doorbell ring, followed by my sister getting up to go and answer it. So I carry on with my business with the assumption that it was just the pizza. I would say that maybe only 2 minutes had passed as I come back out and realize that my sister was still at the door talking with someone. I couldn't really make out what was being said, but I knew that it was definitely a man's voice responding to her. As I go to see what's going on, my sister promptly shuts the door, pizza in hand. I initially assumed maybe there was just an issue with the payment, so I just teased my sister for taking so long and go and sit down. I know. Who thought a 13-year-old boy could be such an oblivious person, right? It didn't take long, though, for me to realize, though, that my sister wasn't eating, despite this whole thing being her idea, and even more so, she had a very nervous look on her face now and wasn't speaking much. I asked her what was up, and she proceeds to tell me that when she opened the door to greet the pizza guy, he looked at her as if he was checking her out, and followed up by giving her the most unsettling smile that she'd ever seen. She was trying to get the pizza and go, as we'd already paid online, but the creep insisted on trying to make conversation with her. The man pretended to fumble around trying to get the pizza box out of his bag, all while asking very personal questions that he certainly had no business asking, like how old she was and if she was alone and stuff like this. Now, I admittedly thought that she was just messing with me at first. I mean, stuff like that can never actually happen to people that you know, right? Nevertheless, it still left me feeling a bit anxious. We tried to enjoy the food and move on, and I'd say about an hour or two later, we had finally calmed down about the whole thing. But right as we were getting ready to clean up and go back to our own rooms, there's a knock at the door, a very loud and aggressive one at that. We share the same nervous look and then hesitantly slip over to the window to see if we can get a look at whoever's knocking. Now, I hadn't seen the guy, but my sister immediately recognized him as the pizza guy from before. We were contemplating calling the police, but the guy had only knocked once or twice more before getting in his car and taking off way too fast down the road. Almost like he knew that if he continued, he was more than likely to go and end up in a lot of trouble. We made a round around the house though, making sure everything was locked up, and then waited for what felt like ages for our parents to finally get home. My sister told them about what happened, but our mum insisted that we were just being dramatic, that we had just made ourselves nervous because of the videos that we were watching. And while we both initially insisted on being serious, we eventually gave up and just tried to move on from the whole thing. We ordered from that place a few more times, but thankfully we never saw that same delivery man again. Nothing else ever really came out of that situation, but I can't help but think about what could have happened if that creep had just been a bit more persistent. What if he had kept trying to get into the house, or if we had accidentally left the door unlocked? I think that his intentions were pretty obvious, and I can only hope that his behavior has caught up with him, and that he's somewhere getting the help that he probably needs. When I was in 1st through 2nd grade, the neighbors at the end of the block, they terrorized my family, and their son terrorized our next-door neighbors. The next-door neighbors, they were a family that we were close with, and I'll start with that first. So Junior, the teenage psychopath, was friends with their son, who was the same age. My brother and I were always there playing with their daughter, who was my age. Our mums were close, and the mum was Maria, and she was very pretty. One day her son told us that he was going to kill Junior. Maria told my mum that Junior had apparently been peeping in her window, so she decided to film him to get evidence because she kept finding something white on her windows. She found out that Junior was playing with himself to her undressing. He would then wipe everything on her windows, and this was before our family had problems with his family. One day, my dad, an avid cyclist, noticed his very expensive bike was missing. He saw Junior riding it around the neighborhood. He'd stolen it out of our garage, and my dad went to his father and told him to get his son to give his bike back. His father yelled at my dad and denied Junior stole anything. Luckily, he left the bike in their driveway, and my dad took it back and kept it in the basement after that. But a few days later, someone knocked on our back door, and my dad looked outside to see a plate of rice with a dead crow on it. He called the police, but since he didn't see who put it there, they didn't do anything. When we would go out, we would leave our bunny and guinea pig in their cage outside to get some fresh air, and my mum and brother and I were only out for a short period of time. My dad was in the basement. But when we got home, we went straight to our backyard that had a fence and big bushes in the back. Our kiddie pool had been out, and this is what we found. Our bunny had been drowned in the pool, and our guinea pig was thrown over the extremely high bushes into the valley. It was devastating for us at the time. Piglet, our guinea pig, was still alive, and my mum took her to the animal hospital. She had severe internal bleeding though, and her bones were broken, so she had to be put to sleep. But I just could not believe the cruelty, all over my dad confronting Junior's dad over the bike. So my mum went over to their house and confronted the father. He readily admitted doing it, saying that they were just animals. He apparently did it with a friend, and I can't remember how my parents figured that out, but I think Maria's mother saw them in our backyard or something. The police were called, but again, nothing happened. But that wasn't the end though. You see, one night, I woke up to my dog Wrinkles going crazy. She was sleeping on my bed. My bed was facing my windows. Then I heard knocking, and I also heard a male voice saying something about coming in. He also called me names, and I also heard some expletives, but I then saw Junior. I then ran into my parents' room crying hysterically, saying that somebody was trying to get into my room. My dad went outside and saw one of our patio chairs outside my very open window. He called the police. They searched outside my window, and they saw shoe prints. The cops thought that there might be two people though, because of how many shoe prints were on the ground. They went to the neighbor's house, but his mother said that Junior wasn't home. He was out with friends apparently. But I bet that they were in his house, but the police couldn't search it. I was traumatized afterwards, and my bed was moved so I couldn't see the windows. I was terrified to be at home though, especially at night. My parents bought lights that you can run along the entire house and around the patio to my window, but I still get afraid at night if the blinds are open. Nothing ever happened to Junior too because there was no evidence that it was him. Plus, someone in his family was a cop apparently, so there was that. It explains though why he wasn't sent to jail for what he did to Maria, who actually had caught it on camera. I also forgot to mention too that my mum was talking to his mum before any of this started, and his mum referred to her husband as the man. She hated him and joked about poisoning his food, and apparently he died of a heart attack shortly after Junior climbed in my window apparently, and we've always thought that maybe she finally did follow through with that threat. So this is literally something that I thought that I would never share. I'm not a believer in ghosts by any means. I'm 26 years old and have lived my whole life without seeing anything paranormal whatsoever. However, myself and my wife have been experiencing some very weird things happen in our house. You see, 2 nights ago, my wife was asleep with our daughter in her room and I was in the master bedroom. I had gotten up at about 1:30 in the morning to get a late snack, and while I was in the kitchen, my wife came to the kitchen and asks me, "What, babe?" I was completely confused and said, "What do you mean?" Because apparently she had heard the doorknob move pretty hard, so hard that she thought that it was locked and I was trying to open it. She was annoyed, but I told her that I didn't do it at all. I was pretty sure that she was dreaming and just heard me opening cookies, so it was just whatever at that moment. But just a couple of hours ago, however, she was here with my sister-in-law in my daughter's room. Again, I was in the living room and cleaning, and she came out to see what I was doing. Apparently, they thought that I was playing a prank on them because the door handle had moved 3 times, and they both saw it moving. It took me at least 30 minutes to convince them that I didn't do it. My wife saw it happen again while we were all searching the house, and there is definitely nobody in there. This is recent, but there were 2 separate times months ago where my daughter's room had toys making noise non-stop for at least an hour straight. I was too afraid to turn it off, too afraid to even move because it was 2 in the morning, and I was alone in the living room, so that made no sense. I had to wake my wife up to come with me and pull the batteries out in the end, but like I said, I'm not a believer, but now I'm just not so sure anymore. I mean, I've looked at every reasonable explanation for the doorknob, but there's just no way that it could move by itself like that. So, what could this possibly be? When I was a kid, about roughly 9 years old, I'm 20 now, I used to sneak out at night and walk throughout my neighborhood sometimes. I was a weird kid. I used to watch a lot of scary stuff on YouTube and stuff like that, and I would spend my nights literally shaking out of fear, but that didn't stop me. My neighborhood is full of abandoned houses that were mostly left untouched after the war in 1995. I'm from Bosnia. I always wanted to explore them as a kid, but never could as I was a bit shy. And that meant that somebody seeing me exploring and giving me a weird look would always make me run, and I don't know why I was like this, but that's not important now. But there was this huge house that was always surrounded by really large grass that was taller than me even, and I really wanted to explore it. I had asked my mum a bunch of times to go with me, but she obviously declined and banned me from going. But one night, I grabbed my dad's flashlight from the closet, climbed through the window of my room like I had before many times, and this time I went to the house. It was midnight. I arrived quickly as it was only a few houses from mine. Seeing no cars, I ran through the tall grass and ended up seeing a boarded-up window. There was a tight gap that I managed to crawl through, and I entered the house, and to my surprise, the room that I was in had nothing in it, like literally nothing. Not even a beer bottle or a cigarette. The house had no real windows or doors, so I could hear a sort of hissing sound of the wind. I walked around for a bit and I realized that there was nothing really special about it, and that I probably should have just stayed in bed. But while I was walking around, I would stop sometimes because I could have sworn that I heard somebody else walking in there, like the walking of heavy boots on stone or something. I froze, thinking that there was somebody in the house with me. I stood frozen for 5 minutes, and when I could no longer hear the sound, I continued to the second floor. The first room that I saw on the second floor was the bathroom. It had a toilet broken in half and a bathtub filled with dirty water. On the floor of it, I spotted something metal. I continue walking and I see an attic, like a hole in the roof of the house leading somewhere. There was a ladder nearby, and as I went to get it, I saw something small, like really small, like sort of a lighter sprinting across the room. I stood there, and as a kid, of course, I started to cry a little bit. I can't really explain what I saw, but it didn't look like a bug or a rat, but more like a humanoid creature. As I started crying, I sprinted to the window as quickly as I could that I came through. Looking behind me, I could make out a silhouette as well, like a man holding something. I jumped for the gap, and while trying to get out, I heard a huge bang, like from a gunshot or something. I sprinted back to my house, and I went back in through the window, and I went to bed. I couldn't sleep for nights after that, and my mother eventually took me to a doctor. They said that nothing was wrong with me, and a few years later I decided to bring up this story with my mum. She laughed at me but told me something that really sent chills down my spine. So the story goes that in the war between the Serbs and the Bosniaks, that house was used by the Serbs as a slaughterhouse. It is estimated that over 200 Bosniaks were killed in that house. When my mum told me that, I just went to my room and could barely believe it. The metal thing that I had found in that house was probably a bullet shell. To this day, I don't know if there was actually somebody in that house, or perhaps if there was something paranormal going on, but in any case, I'm just glad that I got out of there when I did. I just want to say before I get started that my sister and I have seen, met, and encountered some pretty creepy people before. We watch each other's backs, and both of us can pick up on and spot the behaviors of someone with bad intentions pretty quickly. Whether that's an odd conversation or just passing glances from someone, we can tell pretty quickly for the most part. We've definitely had our fair share of scary people encounters, but this was different. I fully believe that it wasn't human, and when I say that whatever it was scared me more than any other thing that I've encountered, I genuinely mean it. So, my sister and I both live in central West Michigan, in the Lower Peninsula, and 2 weeks ago, we wanted to get out for the day, and to get where we wanted to go was a fairly long drive, so we started out at dawn just as the sun was starting to rise. We agreed to stop at the gas station in town to get something to eat and drink. We also needed a new car charging port because the one that we had gone out. This gas station is quite large and pretty nice as far as the gas stations go in this area. Up until this incident, we had both been in there many times before and were very familiar with the layout. It has both a front and back entrance, as well as a sort of little tucked away cutout in the wall with seating. It's located by the back door, so you can buy a sandwich or whatever and sit down and eat it. This little seating area, it's rectangular and is enclosed by 3 walls. One large table at the back with 3 chairs and 2 much smaller tables on the other 2 sides, each with 2 chairs. For you to get to and from the back door, you have to walk right past it as well. Now, we came in through the back entrance, walking directly past the seating cutout to our right, so that we could get to the larger part of the gas station and get our things. Both of us made note that, aside from the 2 workers behind the counter, there wasn't anyone else in the station at this stage. After we found what we needed, we checked out, and during that time we had made some small talk with the workers. I was finishing up the conversation when my sister started walking toward the back door, and because of this she was ahead of me by maybe about 20-ish feet by the time that I started after her. And when she reached the door, she looked over her shoulder at me. It sort of struck me as odd that she was checking to make sure that I was following her, because I knew that she knew that I was. I walked into the view right side of the table in the seating area, and I understood why she looked to make sure that I was following. The moment that it came into my line of sight, I was filled with this guttural, instinctual fear. It's difficult to describe what it felt like because it was so different than anything that I've ever experienced before. But whatever it was shaped like a human, sitting in a chair, back to the wall with its arms resting on the table in front of it. The only two details both of us can remember, without a doubt, is that it had long black hair and was holding something that looked to be like cup-shaped between its hands. I never looked directly at it, but it looked at me, stared at me. I could feel its gaze on me as I continued to walk past it. After I reached the door, we both quickly walked out to our car, and after I started the car, my sister realized that we had forgot to grab the car charger port. She suggested that she just run back in and grab one really quickly, but we shot down that idea as well. I mean, neither of us wanted to go back in because of the creepy guy sitting at the table. So we decided to stop at the next gas station instead. We went on with our day, not talking about or even really thinking about the gas station guy again. Honestly too, I completely forgot about it in the end. And it's been that way for the past 2 weeks. Until Saturday, when my sister was staying at my place for the weekend, did we talk about it. And the weirdest thing is that neither of us can remember this thing having a face. No eyes, nose, mouth, nothing in fact. Just that it had black hair, was holding something cup-shaped, and was without a doubt watching us. Its silhouette and face were blurred, I guess, like an unfocused camera lens. Neither of us can remember any other details, like what the colors it was wearing were, or even if it had legs or whatever, but both of us felt the same horrible feeling from it, and neither of us looked it directly in the face, only through our peripheral. We didn't choose not to look at it, mind you. We just felt like we couldn't. Both of us just sort of instinctively knew not to look at it, I guess, and as we were walking around getting our things, both of us would come into view of the table multiple times, and never once did we notice anyone sitting back there. I mean, if it was sitting at the table the whole time, then we definitely would have noticed. And at no point when we were there did anyone enter or leave the station. Like I mentioned earlier as well, we're both extremely observant people, and we definitely would have noticed. At least one of us would have. And the even more messed up part is that the way that it was sitting and the table size just didn't make any sense. The table is very small and is always pushed up against the wall, and it was sitting in between the wall and a large, long table in place of where the other table should have been. Neither of us have been there since, so it could have been possible that they changed the layout or something and that was just the first time that we had seen it. Possible, I suppose, but very unlikely. So on Sunday morning, we go to check to see if they had changed the layout, and it is exactly as we remember it. One big table and 2 much smaller tables. Which means that it was in fact impossible for it to have been sitting like that. I honestly believe that it was something else. What it was, I have no clue, but it absolutely terrified me. My house has been in my family for around 2 generations now, so it's a little bit old. Maybe 80 years, I would guess. Probably more, though. Anyway, everyone who lives or has lived or stayed for an extended period of time in my house has experienced something unexplainable that we just chalk up to ghosts. My family, they're pretty spiritual too, or just enough where it's above the normal person.
as in we sage and use incense to cleanse when the vibes get bad. We're open to the thought of ghosts and spirits and all that stuff. And stuff like give to the universe and you get back, that sort of thing. But that's pretty boring, and I'm moving soon to a brand new house that's been built, so I'm going to lose all the ghost buddies that have terrorized or taken care of me my whole life. And so I thought that I would share some of the highlights that I've had here. So, laying in bed one night, late, and trying to get to sleep, I have my foot out of my covers and slightly hanging off of the bed, when something grabs it and pulls. I get tugged literally off of my bed, and my bed moved a whole half a meter. I was obviously scared beyond belief because nobody was in my room, and before that my dog literally refused to come into my room. I just slowly went back onto my bed, curled up into a ball under my covers, and didn't sleep that night. On another night, I go back into my back area or laundry to see my brother's ex-partner standing at the top of the stairs looking pale and terrified as she calls out for my brother. I come up from behind her and ask what she's doing. She jumps a bit but calms down, and eventually my brother comes back upstairs. My yard is pitch black at night, so I assumed that she was wondering where he was or something. Until later when I found out that apparently she saw an old-looking lady in like a Victorian-style dress near the tree in my backyard, just sort of standing there. Everyone in my house has had some sort of an experience of her. My experience with her is I was getting clothes off of the line and she was just there, staring at me. I nearly had a heart attack when I saw her, but anyway. Another night I entered my room and it was really hot that night, like boiling hot, but it was winter. I'm Australian, living in a tropical area, so I'm used to the heat, but in the winter it never really goes above like 20 degrees Celsius, which is freezing for me, and I had a really negative and sort of heavy atmosphere all of a sudden. I was so tired and it was after work, so I just said, yo, you can like get out of here right now, it's not the right time and all that sort of thing, and after a couple of seconds, my room cooled down and just sort of went back to normal. Like a drastic temperature change over a few seconds. On another occasion, I was in my shower one time at like 11 p.m. when I heard my mum laughing right outside of the door. I sort of froze and went dead silent because she usually goes to sleep at like 8 p.m. After a couple of seconds of silence, I hear footsteps walking away from the door into my backyard. Then I hear my dog absolutely book it through my laundry. Bathroom is in the laundry, mind you, down the stairs and start barking and screaming her head off. She has 3 types of barks: her playful, high-pitched one, her warning one when someone's just walking down the street, and then her guard dog one that's loud, deep, and terrifying. And she was definitely in her guard dog mode. My younger sister has a lot of stories of her toys just sort of flying off the shelves in her old room, and back when I was in that room, the same thing had happened. What also happened though was the closet. That room is the only one with a built-in closet. It's also the smallest room, but it was opening and closing throughout the night. And let me tell you guys, I'm currently 16 and I still struggle to open and close it, since the little slidey bits are all rusted and the door is really heavy. As a child, my grandfather died. Great-grandfather, we just call him Grandpa though, and after his funeral I was sitting on my bed and crying to myself because, well, I missed him. Plus, this was my first experience with mortality like this. 2 people enter my room and start comforting me. I recognized one was my grandpa, but I had absolutely no clue who the second person was. That was until a couple of years later I saw a photo of my grandma, Grandpa's wife, and realized that it was her. She died before I was even born. All my life I've been told that she's my guardian angel and is the reason why I get into so much deathly situations and always come out alive and completely okay. My middle name is her name, which is a nice little thing, but her name is my middle name because when I was born, like a couple of hours after, when my grandpa got to see me, I apparently gave him a look that my grandma used to give him all the time, and he went, "Man, she looks like her," or something like that. So they made my middle name her name. At night, you would always hear footsteps walking down my hall. Either it's the house settling or it was definitely somebody walking. Something was going on for sure, and most of the time you could hear the distinct footsteps. Sometimes I would also hear the sound of my dead dog crying. That kind of freaked me out, but if I have my hand hanging off of my bed at night, I could always feel someone holding it. Not doing anything bad, but they would just hold it. Sometimes I would also feel that feeling of someone brushing their thumb over my knuckles. It was kind of nice, I guess. It's not nice, however, when I get the feeling of hot breath on my hand. My house is 2 stories. The story has the formerly front room, which is now my brother's room, and my pop's workshop. We live upstairs, about 8 or so meters up. I'm not great at estimating though, so yeah, I think it's about 8 meters. But the tapping at the windows is especially weird, and I really hate it. I also hear knocks on my door all the time. I know better than to open my door when I hear 3 knocks, but sometimes I hear rapid, loud knocking on my door, and when I open it, there's never anything there, which is very weird. And the final little thing about my house, which is more sad than scary, I guess, but my pop died last month, and he spent a lot of time under the house in his workshop doing stuff since he was a builder. Nobody can go under there now since there's a heavy feeling of being watched down there. Not watched in a bad way, but just sort of watched, like somebody is observing you. Honestly, I hope he is watching over us, but I also hope that he was able to pass on peacefully. Anyways, that's some stuff that has happened in my house that I can remember, and I hope that if you've listened to the end here that you've enjoyed it. I mainly write this for myself since I get really paranoid the moment that ghosts and stuff are brought up. This is like exposure therapy, I guess you could say, confronting my fears or like acknowledging it. I don't know, but it felt good, and I hope this helps me feel peaceful at night at the very least. And I hope it didn't have just the opposite effect and I won't be able to sleep again tonight. So, wish me luck. I have had many paranormal encounters over the years. I find them fascinating in a sort of frightening way, I guess, if that makes any sense. This experience, however, was absolute pure terror for me. For context, I need to explain our local legend. So I'm from a tiny town that you really only know about if you live here, are close to here, or know someone here. On the outskirts of this tiny town is where I live. This is also where a back road known as the Bank is. This road is extremely windy and narrow, the type of narrow that you have to lay over as far as you can on the rare occasion that another vehicle is oncoming. It's surrounded by thick forest as well on one side of a steep bank that leads to the creek on the other. Now, local legend says about 60 or so years ago, a woman was traveling alone on this road late one night. It's believed that she fell asleep at the wheel and ended up going over that bank. Her car was found close to the creek, horribly mangled. Sadly, she or her body was never found, though. Some say that she went through the windshield into the water. Others say that she stumbled out of the car into the water. Regardless, it's believed that she met a watery grave. The creek in this area, it's said to be bottomless, and that's why she was never found. So after this, there were many reports of others driving along this road after dark and seeing a woman standing alongside of the road, only to vanish when they would slow down. Others swore that a woman would just appear in their car as they were driving solo down the dark road. There were so many tales of this ghostly woman that she became known as the Lady of the Bank. Now, jumping to a few months ago, I had attended a gathering at a building in this area. I was told that there was a wreck on the main road though, and that the road was temporarily being blocked off. I was tired and I just wanted to get home at this point, though I felt horrible for those involved in the accident, obviously. and so I decided to take the bank instead, as it would take me past the accident and lead me out just a couple of miles from my house. Mind you, I have driven this road many times before, mostly in daylight, a couple of times after dark, but never alone. Of course, I was told the stories of the lady of the bank often growing up, but that honestly wasn't in my mind this night. I had other stressing matters taking up my thoughts as I drove. I had my music playing at a low volume as I was sort of carefully gliding through the curves. The only road-related issue that I did worry about was hitting a deer at this stage, but my thoughts were sort of harshly interrupted by a loud dinging noise 3 times. My heart jumped to my throat as my eyes darted over the inside of my car when I noticed the seatbelt, the icon for it, lit up. And then I finally realized that it was the alarm that somebody else was in the car and that they weren't wearing their seatbelt. I was confused as I checked to make sure that my seatbelt was securely wrapped around me and fastened in place. Just as the loud dinging started again, I once more glanced over to the passenger seat and I nearly fainted. There was a figure in the passenger seat just sitting there. All I really could make out in that split second that I noticed them was long, dark, wet-looking hair, mostly covering the person's face as they appeared to be looking forward out of the windshield. I remember a scream leaving my throat as I slammed on the brakes. The car skid to an abrupt halt, causing me to lurch forward, then being pushed back by the seatbelt. I can remember my heart beating in my ears as I looked up and then slowly over to the once again empty passenger seat. The annoying as hell dinging stopped and the seatbelt icon was no longer glowing in the dashboard. At that point though, I didn't want to stick around. I stomped on the gas, deer no longer being my biggest concern at that moment. I eventually made it home without further incident, other than the anxiety attack that still lingered. I've since told this story to a few of my family, friends, and locals. They all believe that the lady of the bank tried to hitch a ride home with me that night. And while my heart certainly goes out to her, I will not be taking that road after dark ever again. I was born in the early 90s. My parents were married in 1991 and I was born in 1992. For the first bit of my parents' marriage, they lived in a tiny apartment that needed a lot of work. When my mum found out that she was pregnant with me, finding a better home with more space moved to the top of their to-do list. My mother was about 7 months along with me, and every house that they had looked at had fallen through. Until the one. It was located out in the middle of nowhere in our little town, but that's exactly what my parents wanted. It was a 2, could be 3 bedroom and 1 bath house. It had 2 enclosed porches, a massive kitchen or dining area, and a living room as well. The best part though was that the rent was just barely over the amount that my parents were paying monthly for this tiny rundown apartment. And while this wasn't a beachside luxury mansion by any means, it was everything that my parents wanted and then some. So of course, they jumped on this offer. It didn't take long after moving in though for the weirdness to start. Activity made itself known pretty much from day one. This experience in particular, I can remember even though I was only about 3 or 4 years old. So Halloween has always been a major holiday for my family. My parents decided to host their first annual Halloween party in this house as well, and it was a huge success. Tons of family and friends attended. They had music, food, games, costume contests. I remember that I was Baby Bop from Barney, and the best part was that a fake haunted house was in the garage, and it sat apart from the house, and we had a ball with it. After this was all over, my mum's 2 sisters and her middle sister's boyfriend, they decided to sleep over instead of making the hour-long drive back home so late. My parents made the living room floor, which was in between my parents' room and what was considered my room. as cozy as they could. Now, at about 2 in the morning, we said our goodnights, and I followed my parents into their room to crash, as I was absolutely terrified of my room. I remember waking up, though, to the sound of someone knocking on my parents' closed bedroom door. My dad was dead to the world at this stage, so my mother got up to answer it. I then heard the frantic voice of my older aunt asking where my dad was. My mum opened the bedroom door, more so that she could see my dad completely knocked out in bed. My aunt's voice became even more pleading, though, as she asked if they could all move into their room and sleep on the floor. My mum agreed, as my aunt swore that she would explain in the morning. I remember distinctly how excited I was to see my aunts and future uncle move their bedding into the small bedroom to sleep. It was my first sleepover in my young mind. Well, come morning, or later in the morning I guess I should say, we would find out exactly what had happened. My aunt said that after everyone had gone to bed and the lights were out, they started hearing movement coming from my room. At first, it sounded like footsteps walking around the room. Then it started sounding like someone was moving stuff around. It got louder, allegedly like someone was digging through my toy box. Both my aunts and my future uncle were on alert listening to this when creepy music started playing, according to them. They realized that it was the music my dollhouse would play only when you pushed a special button. They were convinced that my dad was behind this, as he's notorious for playing pranks on people. And that's when my aunt ran and knocked on my parents' bedroom door to see if it was somehow his doing. When my mum showed her that he was sound asleep, she said that it felt like her heart stopped, as she could still hear movement coming from my room on the other side of the living room. Well, after this, the experiences in the house got worse, and it was a very long time before my aunt and uncle would even visit again. Just days after this, my parents said that I came running to them late one evening and I was completely inconsolable. I said in between sobs that there was a mean face glaring at me through the living room window. This window being the same area that my family had run from. These are just a few experiences from that terrible house, and there's plenty more that I intend to share in the future, but for now, this will have to do. Have you ever looked into the eyes of someone who is truly crazy? Not just someone who does off-the-wall things or acts differently, but genuinely insane? I have, and it terrified me. Let me back up here a little bit. I will be vague on many details for obvious reasons, but a backstory is absolutely necessary. So I work for a large corporation. I actually have a couple of different bosses, but the one that I formed a genuine friendship with is the one that we call Jeff. Jeff is a very laid-back, go-with-the-flow type of guy with a great sense of humor. I also should explain that he is single with no children. Now, not long after I started working with the company, we became friends, and he often steps by my desk just to chat a bit. It was about a year ago, though, that he stopped by one morning, and I immediately knew that he just wasn't himself. He seemed distant and stressed, which is very unusual for him. When I questioned what was wrong, he told me that he needed to speak with me about a situation. Of course, I was immediately concerned, and so I urged him to go on. He explained that a few years ago, long before I started at the company, another woman began working at the company, and she was not in our department, but did work with our company that required her to interact with leadership in our area, including Jeff. Her name was Lauren. He explained his interactions with Lauren were not often, but she was polite and professional when they did need to speak. He said that she worked for the company for less than a year and then left as she announced that she was getting married and moving. And that was that. He didn't encounter her again until a couple of weeks prior, when he received a friend request from her on social media. He explained that he didn't think much of it and accepted it, as he was Facebook friends with many colleagues, both past and present. She then messaged him later on after accepting the request. He said that he chatted back with her initially as she seemed to just want to catch up a bit, and he learned that she had divorced and wanted to move back to our town. The conversation carried on normal until she asked if he would join her for dinner when she came back to town to visit in a couple of days. Jeff explained politely and declined her offer, and at first she took it well. But then it all went downhill from there. He stopped responding shortly after declining the dinner invitation, and within a few hours he received erratic and insulting messages from her. Everything from calling him names to saying that she was the best thing that he could hope for and he blew any chance with her. He actually let me read some of these messages myself right then. He honestly felt that they were just drunk texts, but still bothered him, and so he blocked her. He figured that that was the end of it as well. How very wrong he was, though. She then began emailing both his personal and work email, pleading for another chance, saying that she was drunk and didn't mean it, saying that she needed to see him, and so on. I would get to read a lot of these myself when I would later be asked to print these off for him for evidence, but the reason he was telling me about this that particular day was because he had received a message request from Lauren's sister saying that she needed to talk to him about Lauren and it was urgent. He accepted and responded to Beth, and Beth told him that apparently something had snapped in Lauren when she went through her divorce and she became fixated on a man that she called Jeff. Beth explained that she had tried to talk some sense into Lauren when everything fizzled out with the initial conversation with Jeff, but Lauren wasn't having it. Lauren told Beth that he was her soulmate and she was going after him. All this led to Beth explaining that Lauren had flown into our town and was staying at a hotel close to our company and was coming to see him at work, apparently. And Jeff said that he found out what Beth had said was true when he came in and found Lauren standing outside of his office. She immediately ran to him when she saw him and pulled him into an awkward hug. Jeff said that he smelt alcohol all over her and he immediately pulled away. She explained that she was here to get her old job back and needed to see him. She also brought him gifts that included gift cards, snacks, and a picture of herself. Jeff refused these gifts, but she became more forceful and insisted that he keep them. Jeff got away from her shortly after saying that he had a meeting. He went to HR to explain the situation and how he absolutely did not want her being employed there again. He provided me with a copy of the picture that she had left for him and said that if I saw her anywhere around the company property to notify security immediately. Beth later sent Jeff a picture of Lauren dressed as a man that Lauren had sent to her saying, "I'm wearing a disguise so that I can watch him without him knowing it's me." Again, this was nearly a year ago and things only escalated from here. Lauren made multiple trips back to our town but would try to catch Jeff in the parking lot. He would find multiple letters on his vehicle from her. Sometimes they made no sense at all. She once left him 2 letters that said the exact same things word for word, but one was in cursive and one was in print. Jeff blocked numerous email accounts only for her to make new ones. She professed her love to him, begged him to want her, stated that she made him her beneficiary if anything was to happen to her. She even sent emails that were clearly from her but claimed to be other men that wanted her and needed him to release her so that she could love them instead. Again, I got to read all of this when printing evidence. She eventually got his personal cell phone number somehow too, and began calling and texting him constantly. He would block the numbers, only for new ones to come through. This eventually ended up in court and a protective order was granted. This did bring things to a halt for a while. Jeff was finally himself once this occurred, as he had become a shell of himself, really. I genuinely felt horrible for him, in fact. That was, until this week. On Monday morning, Jeff came by my desk and I could tell right away that he was not happy. Before I could say a word, he demanded to know who placed all those letters on his desk. Obviously, I was confused and I had no clue what he was talking about. I said as much, and he explained that there was a thick stack of letters and handmade Valentine's cards on his desk from Lauren. We later found out that they had been stuffed under his door, and the housekeeper found them scattered on his office floor when she went to go in and clean it. She didn't know what they were there for, and so she picked them up and neatly placed them on the desk. This was as troubling as it was figuring out how she got into the building in the first place. Well, shortly after, Jeff returned to his office to finish up some things before taking the letters to the police station. I was working away at my desk when I received a call from Jeff. Upon answering, I heard an almost panicked Jeff saying that she's here. He explained that he got a knock at his office door and opened it to find her on the other side grinning at him. He said that he told her that he was calling the police and slammed the door in her face and locked it. He called the police and then called me to inform me that she had been there and the police were on their way. I foolishly assumed that she'd bailed after he told her that he was calling the cops, so I got up from my desk and headed down to the hall to Jeff's office to check on him and wait on the police with him. And I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw her. She was sitting on the floor outside of his office door, humming to herself. She slowly turned her head to look at me. I struggled to explain the knot that formed in my stomach as our eyes locked. She looked a lot like the picture Jeff had previously given to me, but her eyes were just different. They were dark. There wasn't that lively spark that you would often see in people's eyes. It was like they were hollow, void of any normalcy. Her lips slightly twitched up into a smile. She then slowly turned her head back towards Jeff's door and she resumed her humming. Well, as you can imagine, that was enough for me. I booked it. I darted back to my desk. Thankfully, the police arrived shortly after this and she didn't put up a fight. Instead, she calmly allowed them to arrest her and walked away willingly with them. Still humming, mind you, they informed us afterward. She is still in jail for violating the protective order. Jeff and myself are both still very shaken by that experience. And honestly, I will never forget that look in her eyes, staring into an abyss of true insanity. So I clean abandoned houses for a living, and I'm quite proud of myself as I've worked hard starting my own business at just 24 years old and building it to what it is now. I specifically targeted these types of cleaning jobs as you can charge much more than your average 1 to 3 times per week house cleaning jobs of inhabited homes. Plus, I rarely ever have to see anyone other than my team while on the job, which is always nice, for me anyway. Over the years, I have really been in some insane situations with these houses. Everything from encountering wild animals to once a deranged squatter taking up residence in the homes that I clean. There is one house, though, that stands out from the rest, however. One that honestly haunts me to this day. I got the job offer through a real estate agent that I made my friend over the years in this business. It's a small home. Not much clutter left. Amela, my real estate friend, said over the phone. Shouldn't need more than 1 or 2 of you to complete the clean, she continued in her enthusiastic voice. I rolled my eyes. I hated when she used her customer service voice on me. Yeah, what's the real deal with this house? I answered in my usual half-annoyed tone. She responded more normal this time. Honestly, Laurie, this house gives me the creeps. The granddaughter inherited it a couple of years ago, but has just recently decided to sell, and the grandmother apparently died in the home too. I rolled my eyes again. Death in the houses I cleaned was nothing new to me, and she was well aware of this. Amela continued. I cut my pre-visit to the house short last week. I didn't even make it up the stairs where the grandmother apparently passed. It was just the feeling of being watched was overwhelming in this one. That got my attention. Amela had been in real estate longer than I had been in the cleaning business, and she took her pre-get-to-know before showing visits very seriously. Anyway, I recommended your cleaning services to the granddaughter, and she agreed right away. Do you want to accept it? She finished. Yeah, I'll accept the job. How soon can we get to the clean? I answered, feeling somewhat excited. Let me just check. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. As I mentioned, the granddaughter removed most of the clutter from the house, but it still needs a good TLC cleaning. The key will be left under the welcome mat, she said, back in her customer service voice. My eyes rolled yet again as I ended the call. Finally, an interesting clean, I thought, as I then dialed Morgan. The next day, my most trusted cleaner and best friend, Morgan, and myself drove up the horribly overgrown driveway and saw the well-aged small house come into view. Surely they'll need to hire an outside maintenance and renovation crew, I thought as I climbed out of my cleaning van. Morgan whistled as we stepped onto the small creaking porch. You sure just you and I can handle this, Laurie? Morgan asked as I fetched the house key from the weathered porch mat. If the outside is anything like the inside, we're probably going to need the whole team. Morgan stated as she stood behind me. Amela's over the top, but would never underestimate a cleaning job. I answered as I slid the key into the old lock and turned until I heard the lock give way. I then pushed the door open as it made the usual ominous creaking noise. We were both silent as we stepped into what I assumed was the small living room. The musty smell of a far too long closed-up house filled my nose as my eyes scanned the darkened room. Just as Amela had said, not much was left in the room. A couch took up most of the room on the right. A small wooden coffee table sat directly in front of it, coated in a thick layer of dust. I noticed a few photographs still clung to the walls. Let's get the supplies from the back of the van and get started, I said over my shoulder to Morgan. I have dinner plans today and I want this done long before. A bit later, I was scrubbing the dirty windows of the living room while Morgan opted to start upstairs. Laurie? I heard Morgan call from up the stairs located just behind me. Yeah? I called back. It was silent for several minutes as I waited for a response. I felt my aggravation growing as Morgan didn't respond. I threw my rag on the floor and wiped my sweating brow as I turned and headed towards the stairs. Each step groaned beneath my feet as I climbed to the upper floor. You better have a good damn reason for interrupting me and not answering, I yelled as I reached the final step. Suddenly, though, goosebumps covered my skin when I stepped onto the old wooden floor of the upper level. Weird, I mumbled to myself as I looked around. The upper level was a small hallway. 2 rooms were located on each side as I peered down the dark corridor. Morgan? I called in a softer voice this time. No answer. I slowly headed down the hallway, wishing that I had thought to bring my flashlight. I always hated working with no electricity, but it came with the job. I could see the light of day from the open door on the left side of the hall. The other door on the right was closed. As I looked into the open door on the left, I saw Morgan standing still at the bed located on the far side of the room. It moved, Morgan said in an almost whisper. Huh? I answered as I walked in and stood beside her. The bed, it moved on its own while I was cleaning the floor, Morgan said, still staring down at the bed. I then noticed that the bed was crooked now. The bottom was several inches away from the wall, where the top was still flush with the corner of the wall. Do you see it? Morgan then said, even softer now. I almost couldn't hear her. Instead of questioning her, though, I looked down towards the bed that her eyes were glued to, and I instantly saw what she was talking about. There was an imprint on the bed, the shape of a body, almost as if someone was laying on the bed at that very moment. The chills were really covering my body now, and I felt myself actually shivering. It felt like someone was staring up at us directly from that bed. I slowly reached for Morgan's arm and gently pulled her towards me. "Hey, let's go back downstairs. We'll finish the bottom floor together," I said, matching her whispering tone. Morgan didn't respond, but obeyed my request. The feeling of eyes on us did not leave us as we headed down the small hallway to the top of the stairs. In fact, I had to fight the urge to run down the flimsy steps in the end. Once we were safely down in the living room, the air somehow felt easier to breathe, if that makes any sense. "What the heck was that?" Morgan demanded, finally sounding more like herself. I ignored that question. "Look, you know I hate skimming on jobs, but let's get this level done and get the heck out of here." I grabbed my cleaning supplies and headed to the next room, which was a small kitchen. Morgan stayed close beside me as we just worked in silence, cleaning the sink, counter, and the cabinets. We both instantly froze, though, after hearing what sounded like footsteps above us. "Don't," I said in a warning tone as I went back to cleaning dust and mice droppings from the cabinet. Morgan again obeyed, and she stayed silent as she went back to work on the counter. The footsteps, they continued moving around above us, on and off, as we quickly finished the kitchen. The last room branched off from the kitchen that appeared to be a small office. I was so relieved that we would be out of there soon. This room had stained and worn down carpet covering the wooden floor. I turned on our rechargeable vacuum and the loud buzzing sound almost deafened me, but honestly, I was kind of glad for it. Working in that eerie silence was not normal for us, as we usually chatted and listened to music, but I was too rushed to fool with conversation or a playlist right now. "What the actual hell?" I heard Morgan yell out over the sound of the vacuum. I jerked my head up to see Morgan staring at the ceiling, looking terrified again. Just as I cut the vacuum off, I heard what she had been referring to as the buzzing sound died down. Now, I can only explain it as the choking or coughing, gurgling sound of like an elderly person. It was only for a split second that I heard it, but that was enough. I yelled, "Screw this," as I grabbed up as many of our supplies as I could. Morgan joined me in grabbing up the rest. We dashed out of the office, through the kitchen and the living room, and out the front door. I was pretty much sprinting to the van while trying not to trip on the mess of the yard. Just as I got to the van, I heard Morgan shout, "Wait." I turned to see her a few feet behind me. I had left my supplies upstairs. We also didn't finish cleaning up there. We didn't even clean the bathroom, which must be up there. "You know what? I'm not charging the client for that. We can buy you whatever supplies are left. Let's just get out of here." I didn't wait for a response as I jumped into the driver's seat. Morgan hurried and threw the supplies in her arms in the back, and she slammed the door. I took one final look at the house as she slid into the passenger seat. And while I certainly couldn't be sure, but it almost looked like somebody was peering out of one of the two upper windows. I started the van. Hearing it roar to life was pure heaven in that moment. I floored it out of the driveway and back into town. I later called a mailer to explain the job was not complete and I would not be charging. That the granddaughter would have to find somebody else to clean that nightmare. This was a couple of months ago, and I was not kidding when I said that this horrid house, it still haunts me. In fact, it was only last night that I dreamt that I was in a bed, staring at an old, cracked and familiar ceiling. I felt weak and frail as the weight of someone crawling on top of me took the air from my lungs. I felt cold hands around my throat, squeezing tighter and tighter, that awful gurgling, choking sound coming from my mouth being the last thing that I heard as I woke up in a cold sweat. And weirdly, as I was getting ready in the morning, I noticed that there seemed to be some marks around my throat that are still visible. I got home around midnight, almost 1 a.m. from work. My neighborhood is usually dead quiet around that time. I live in a small suburban area where no one's ever really out late. I've been working late nights at the bar for the past 3 years, and in all that time, I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen someone else out walking that late, if at all. So, seeing anyone on the sidewalk at that hour immediately felt out of place. I was sitting in my parked car in front of my house, talking with my boyfriend on the phone before heading inside, just unwinding, not thinking much of anything. Out of pure habit, I glanced at my driver's side rearview mirror, and that was when I saw someone. I saw the swaying movement of legs, and I noticed a bright light bouncing with each step, lighting up the ground beneath them. It looked like it might have been a phone flashlight, but whatever it was bright. As soon as they reached the sidewalk, they stopped, and then the light lifted, deliberately, perfectly, and aimed straight into my mirror, right at me. I got chills instantly. Still on the phone, I frantically told my boyfriend to hang on while I searched for my keys. My hands were shaking. I couldn't find my keys fast enough. I don't know why, but I felt like if I looked up again that the light would be closer, that whoever was holding it would be right next to my window. After what felt like an eternity, I found my keys, started my car, and bolted out of that neighborhood. As I turned the corner, the light faded from view. I tried to explain to my boyfriend, but I was so scared that all I could think about was putting distance between me and that block. The direction that they were walking, there's a large cluster of mailboxes that they could have possibly ducked behind, but aside from that, there really was nothing else there. No cars, no fences, no trees, just open sidewalk. Even the blocks that I passed on the way to my boyfriend's, I didn't see a single person. To think that they could have been hiding like they got caught terrifies me, though. I don't know what I saw, but the way that that light aimed perfectly at my mirror, it felt intentional, predatory. Maybe it was paranoia. I do read a lot of horror after all. Maybe my brain was spinning stories because I started to doubt myself as I drove away, but my reaction of seeing that light and really hoping that that person would just keep walking is what lets me know that it was not safe. I've always been into paranormal stuff, and I saw my friend posted his encounter that happened in my house, so I've decided to tell you guys my story too. It was 2014 when I first moved into that old house in Selfoss, Iceland. My family and I, we had mixed feelings about it right from the start though, but we brushed it off as just our imaginations. I guess it was easy to ignore that eerie sense of being watched, considering that we all felt it in every house that we'd ever lived in. But this one, it felt different. There was something more to it, something that we couldn't explain. I've always been sensitive to these kinds of things, even as a kid. I remember when I was 4 years old crying to my mum about an ugly man that I'd see at night. That face has always been stuck in my mind, a shadowy figure that haunted my dreams and never left me alone. As I grew older, I began to see him more and more as well, and by the time that we moved into this new house, I could feel him again, watching from the shadows. I was used to it by then, but the house itself seemed to have its own presence too. It wasn't just me who noticed it as well. It was the little things, I guess. The sounds of footsteps upstairs when we were all downstairs. My mother and my siblings would look at each other, knowing full well that no one else was up there. The first time going into the attic and having a strong feeling like we were being watched, a cross with Jesus hanging over the window and a creepy mask just laying there, but the most unsettling thing happened one morning when a family friend stayed over. She was in the living room, and as she was just waking up, she heard someone run down the stairs. Confused, she asked my brother if it was me, but he told her that I'd already left for school. I hadn't even been home yet, to be honest, but the kids' toys suddenly turned on and they were playing their music. We even have video of this. Then, the voice of an old woman would whisper, sometimes just in our ears, and just saying hello, or if we were staying up late, she would tell us to go to sleep, and we all knew that whoever that was, that they were not actually there and had passed away here. There was even talk of someone else, though I never really figured out who. I also had an old alarm clock, one that would ring so loudly that it would wake the whole house. And one morning, as it went off, I woke up, but I just couldn't move. There in the corner of my room stood the same shadowy silhouette of a man, just like the one that I'd seen as a kid. I froze in terror. I couldn't move, and it felt like it was getting closer, but before I could even react, my brother opened the door, drawn in by the sound of my alarm. And just like that, the figure vanished. Strange occurrences kept happening too, like one night I was in the living room preparing to eat dinner in front of the TV. I turned off the lights, the TV on, and as soon as I pulled the table closer, the lights flickered on and the TV turned off. It happened again and again, each time more unnerving than the last. I'd turn the TV back on, turn the lights off, but as soon as I moved that table, it would reverse. This happened 4 times before I screamed, "Leave me alone." And that's when I heard it. A really loud bang, and it scared the life out of me. I ran to check it out, and the bathroom door, it had this massive crack running right down the center of it. It didn't stop there though. In my room, the weird things continued. Like my bedroom door would creak open by itself, or I'd hear strange scratching or knocking sounds on my walls. The strange thing, though, was that every time that I knocked back on the wall, I'd hear a knock in return. It was almost like something was trying to communicate with me. And then there were the marks, scratches on my skin, bruises under my ribs, and once even a broken toe. I knew that it wasn't the old lady. She was too gentle, and I always got this protective feeling from her. But the Shadow Man, the one who had been following me since I was a kid, he was getting stronger, more violent. It started to affect my dog too. He would bark uncontrollably at the corners of the house, growling at thin air, and when I tried to investigate, he would always jump in front of me, blocking my way, as though trying to protect me. He would nudge me back into my room, warning me to stay inside almost, away from whatever was lurking out there. One day, we visited a medium about all this, and she immediately focused on me. With one look, she said that there was a Shadow Man, a dark entity that had been following me all my life. He was trying to get me, were her words, but I couldn't let him. He was strong, allegedly, and I don't know what was happening, but each day felt weirder than the last, and I've tried to ignore it, but it just never stops. It feels like the Shadow Man is always just a step behind me, waiting for me. I always get a weird feeling when talking about him. I feel like my chest is getting heavier even writing this. I really don't know what to think about all of this anymore, and I'm just hoping that someone might have some answers here, or at least a way to make it stop before it gets any worse. Sorry this is all a little bit jumbled as well, and it's long, I know, but I do hope that someone out there may have at least some answers to what this could be and what I could do about it. It has been following me, my mum, and even my grandpa for quite some time now. I'm 51 years old, and I was born in Las Vegas, Nevada in 1973. At the time, My father was in the Air Force, stationed at Nellis Air Force Base, while my mother was pregnant with me. Now, while on vacation leave, my dad and mum and a bunch of their Air Force buddies decided to go hiking late at night into the desert. My father and a bunch of his friends, they all took LSD, but my mum stayed sober and played babysitter for the rest of them, considering that she was pregnant, obviously. But according to my mum, everyone who was tripping on acid started playing Star Trek while looking up at the sky. But she didn't really pay much attention at first and just thought that everyone was sort of hallucinating. However, at some point, she glanced up at the sky, and here's what she describes to this very day, and she's in her 70s now. There was a circle of lights, probably about 8 of them, super high up into the stratosphere, and they were rotating. She says that she thinks that they are reflective and being illuminated by the sun on the other side of the planet, and not producing their own light source. She says that they would disembark, my word not hers, across the sky to all points of the horizon and do gigantic rotations, and then, after a while, regroup back to the smaller original circle. This continued for several hours. She says that they were doing formations. She grew up Catholic and now is no longer involved in the church, if that lends any credibility. My father is deceased now, but when I was in my mid-20s, I asked him, "Mum says that you guys saw UFOs in the desert." He didn't really want to talk about it because of the stigma back then of sounding like a crazy person, but his response was, "Yeah, we saw some pretty weird stuff out there," and then changed the subject. Mum's exact wording about their experience is, "There's nothing in our military that can move the way that these things did." Also, I just asked her this morning if maybe there were spotlights from a casino out there or something, and she said emphatically no. These were definitely objects that were so high up that they were barely visible, and they were doing maneuvers as well. I have no reason to believe that either of them are lying to me about what they saw, so I don't know. What do you guys think? When I was 19, I went to Argentina to actually serve as a Mormon missionary. While I was there, I had a few encounters, I guess you could call them, that still really get to me when I think about them today. So, to preface this, there was a cult or religion or a group that called themselves Umbanda. They're different than the Brazilian religion of the same name, and you won't find any information on them. I've tried many times, in fact. Honestly, I could be remembering their name wrong too, but that's what I remember, so let's just roll with it. Anyway, a bit about them is that they had a lot of beliefs and practices that were identical to Mormonism, just darker and much scarier. From the few people that I talked to in my 2 years there, I learned that they believed in a satanic trinity, baptism by immersion in blood. They believed in a holy power given to man, like the priesthood of Mormons, and believed in a demonic hierarchy like archangels and angels. So, there was a lady that we met that was dating someone in Umbanda and was trying to convert her to it. She started feeling watched in her home, heard unfamiliar noises, and multiple times felt something sitting on her bed. She wanted out and asked us to bless her house, so we went to her home with another companionship and a local leader. The house was small, and we sat in the front room, and where I was sitting I could see into the kitchen directly to the back door. We started talking casually, and I don't know what it was, but something just felt off the whole time that I was there. The more we moved into her experiences and religion, the more activity started to go off around us too. Like, first, there were small noises on the walls. These were made of bricks and concrete, mind you. And then next, the back door started shaking. A broom then fell over. The noises on the walls turned to scratching sounds up and down the wall and over our heads. We did everything that we could to ignore everything going on, but there was this dark presence that kept getting thicker in the air. We finally knelt to pray, and the sounds and the movement and the heaviness in the air grew bigger and louder. We ended the prayer with the scratching still happening, air thick with darkness, the kitchen cabinets rattling, and we sat for a minute, and then it was like a balloon popped and the air just felt lighter all of a sudden. The noises stopped and things felt normal for the first time since arriving there. The second experience that I had was we were walking around the streets knocking doors. In Argentina, you can stand at the front of the property and clap loudly. We come across this house about midday. We clap at it and a lady stumbles out of this little side house. We get to talking with her and she tells us that the house is the house of her boyfriend, allegedly, and she didn't know how she got there this time. She said that this keeps happening too. She'll fall asleep across town at her place and then wake up at his house somehow. She shared information about him too, about how he believed in the Umbanda, and there was a circle in the room that she just came out of that he had apparently performed animal sacrifices on. She also told us that her kids were taken from her because she woke up in the middle of the nearby highway trying to get herself hit by a car, allegedly, but she says that it wasn't her or something like that. At this point, I assumed that it was drugs or alcohol, but we kept talking to her and we started moving into religion, and she told us about these awful dreams of her underwater with Lucifer, and he and his host of demons would assault her under the water and all that. Weird, I know, but then we really got talking about religion, and once we brought up Jesus, she just sort of changed. She looked down and her voice deepened, and she would urge us to leave her alone when, not even moments earlier, she was begging for help to get her kids back. Well, we changed the subject and she returns to normal. We go back to religion and the same thing. She looks down and her voice deepened. Both my companion and I could feel an evil presence on her all of a sudden. Any religious talk at that point was met by her looking down and this voice that was almost not like hers. It got so concerning that I remember crouching down trying to look into her eyes and saying, "Look at my eyes and see the light of Christ in me and you'll be healed." This was met by her calling me a liar. Finally, we were uneasy enough that we made eye contact and agreed to go. We dropped religious talk and gave her a pamphlet with our information. We asked if we could say a prayer, and of course she said no. I started saying a little prayer that even a little handshake would heal her, so I go to shake her hand, and I swear to you that I instantly felt all my life force just leave my body, drained instantly. I became numb, and my brain and my body just sort of went into autopilot. Well, we leave, and my companion said that he experienced the same thing when we left, and went around the corner, sat on the curb, and we both just sort of sat there in silence. I think about 3 or maybe 4 hours passed before either of us said anything, and we had any energy to talk about our experiences, and they matched. What we felt, what we heard, what the end was like, everything. We called our mission president, and we were told to cross the street off of our map and make a note for future missionaries to not go to that house, and there were other things, but those were definitely the 2 biggest and strangest ones for sure. There was a lady who thought that her house was haunted as well. We did a prayer and a cat popped out, and it scared us and it was kind of funny, but there was also a girl that we were teaching that used a Ouija board with some friends, and it sounded like one of the friends ended up possessed or something, broke a mirror out of nowhere and started writing in blood on the walls and a bunch of nonsense like that. But anyway, all that stuff is just hearsay and I'm not too sure, but the things that happened to me, I can account for, and it was all very weird, very strange, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. So I'm like 10, maybe 11. But either way, my family had recently moved into this house right at the bottom of the Appalachian Mountains. We'd bought this house from a widow whose husband had passed away in what had been the TV room, but we converted it into a library and stereo room for a custom setup my dad had built about maybe 4 years ago that he was extremely proud of. My brother is 14 or 15 at this time, and we were military brats. My dad had just retired from the Coast Guard, hence why we were living as far away from the ocean as we could. Given that we were under the impression this kind of place is crime-free, and we were used to my brother looking after me, our parents were okay with leaving us home alone. So, it's Saturday or something. We're home alone, and I'm at a risk of being bored out of my skull, so my brother decides to put on some music. He puts on the Cranberries, his favorite band, and starts teaching me to loosen up and just dance a bit. So we're in the music room dancing to the Cranberries' greatest hits, truly a hit down at the club. When it gets to, I think, Linger or Free to Decide, I honestly cannot remember which, but it was about 2000 to 2001, so it wasn't the '08 version of the greatest hits. I know it wasn't Zombie, but anyway, my brother and I are dancing when we hear an old man that we never heard, in the grouchiest voice ever, shout, "Would you turn that stuff off?" And we froze, staring at each other. We'd both heard it, absolutely clear as day, as if he'd been in the room with us. We freak out, turn off the music, and we spend the next 2 hours scouring the roughly 2 acres of land that we had for any sign that someone had been there. There were no signs of any cars, all the windows were closed, no sign that the adamantly unlocked doors had been open, and neither our dog nor our cat were perturbed in any way. Absolutely nothing. We decided that it was a ghost in the end and joked that it was Old Man H, the man who had apparently died in that room. And my brother decides that the best thing that we can do is show the ghost that this is our house now and we'll play whatever music we damn well please. And so we finish the album. Not that much dancing this time though. Anyway, we talk about it a couple of times over the next decade or so once in a while, and we've got a cool ghost story to tell, right? So fast forward about 12 years, my brother had graduated from college and I'm in college, having gone through the ringer a couple of times, so I didn't graduate until I was 24. So 2014, going to college in the upper part of the US, it was a dark, snowy night and I'm going from hanging out eating food at the student center to playing some video games on my computer in my dorm room. Now, what you have to understand is that I'm very cautious about adopting new tech fads. I didn't get a smartphone until after I graduated, for instance, because it seemed like the technology was moving too fast to be worth the abhorrent sums that they cost. But an MP3 player? That had been around since I was a teenager, and they definitely still made them at that point. And so, that was one of the few non-essential to my studies pieces of technology that I decided to purchase. There's not much storage on it, so I loaded it up with some reliable tunes that I know that I'll love. Eurythmics, Dr. Steele, Long Live the Toy Soldiers, Aerosmith, before I realized that I don't actually like Aerosmith, and about one audiobook at a time. I was big into the Dresden Files at that time. And of course, the Cranberries' greatest hits. So, like I said, it's a dark, snowy night. It's a gentle snowfall. The streetlights are just bright enough to navigate. A little bit spooky, but in a kind of romantic kind of way, I guess. All in all, I had a pretty good day, all things considered, and it was a good time in my life. I'm listening to the same song on my little MP3 player, and I'm putting my key into the door to my dorm house when I hear as if he was standing and talking directly into my right ear without there being an earbud in the way. That same voice from when I was 11. Are you still listening to this stuff? Now, I am alone. Like alone. Like there probably isn't another person out in the snow at about 10 p.m. for at least half a mile around me at least, even if I am on campus. There's nobody who could have said that, much less anything standing next to me. This isn't the first time that I'd listened to that song that day too, so it wasn't my MP3 player or anything either. I couldn't resist but laughing at the time and say, "Get lost, Mr. H, it's my tunes," and I quickly go to my room. And so, now technically I guess that I have two ghost stories to tell everyone. Back when I was in 6th grade, around 11 years old, I lived in an old apartment that always had a strange vibe. My school bus arrived early in the morning, so I was usually the first one in my house to wake up and get ready. And one morning, while brushing my teeth, I noticed something in the mirror, a black shadowy figure standing right behind me. It was only for a split second, gone before I could even process it. I brushed it off, thinking that my eyes were playing tricks on me. But then it started happening every single day. Each morning, in the same spot, I'd catch a glimpse of that dark figure in the mirror, only ever for a millisecond, but it was there. I convinced myself that it must just be my imagination. I was too scared to acknowledge it because I thought that if it was real and I showed fear, that it would only get worse. This continued for 2 weeks. Then, one night I woke up and I saw it again. This time not in the mirror though, but right next to my bed. It had no legs, just a dark, shadowy form. Frozen in fear, I stayed silent, but deep down I felt like it knew that I could see it. Terrified, I ran to my mother's room, desperate to tell her, but she reassured me, saying that it was nothing and that I was just imagining things. Coming from a somewhat religious family, she told me to stay calm and not to overthink it. But the figure kept reappearing. For the next few days, I tried my best to ignore it, but the fear kept building up until one night, I just couldn't take it anymore. I broke down crying and finally told my mum everything in detail. That's when she realized that something was really wrong, and without wasting any time, she took me to a temple. Things only got worse though before they got any better. I started having these terrifying nightmares about a presence that felt like a woman. In these dreams, she would whisper horrifying things, saying that she would kill me, that she wouldn't leave this place. The dreams felt so real that I even started dreading sleeping. At this point, strange things were happening in our home too. I used to play all around the house with my RC car, even going into the storeroom without a second thought. But after the shadow figure appeared, something changed. The storeroom just felt wrong, for a lack of a better term. It was always cold, heavy, and just off. I wasn't the only one who noticed it too. Everyone in my family started avoiding that room without even realizing why. And it wasn't just the eerie feeling. Around this time, my family started arguing constantly over the smallest things. The tension was unreal as well, almost like something was trying to turn us against each other. We later found out that the area that we lived in was known for dark magic practices apparently, and our building was apparently built on a British burial ground as well. And so after realizing all of this, we didn't waste any time. We moved out as quickly as we could. But here's the strangest part. After going to the temple, the priest prayed for me and tied a holy thread around my wrist. And just like that, I never saw the shadowy figure ever again, not even once. Ever since that day, I've never experienced anything like it again. And that's my experience. My sister, though, she had a whole other level of encounters during this time. And if you guys are interested, then do let me know, because I should be able to share them with you all. This is an event that I will never forget, and there is absolutely no way that I could have mistaken this. So, me and my sister were living in a townhouse together at this time. This was about 3 to 4 years ago. We lived in a suburban town where everyone really knew everyone. The town was filled with forests and cornfields, and so when it was nighttime, it did get a little bit eerie. So it was a Friday evening, and my sister and I were fighting over the phone about something minuscule, I guess, but We both work together as well, so you can imagine how heated our arguments can get spending that much time together. Anyway, during the workday we were going at it over text, and it had gotten to a pretty bad point where we may need to separate ourselves. As the clock hits 5 p.m, she leaves the office first. We're still texting and fighting over the phone to the point where I was almost in full-blown rage mode. I take a breather, pack my things, and head off back to the townhouse. I was contemplating going over to my parents' house, who live close by, but at that time I needed to cool down a bit and just be by myself. So as I'm driving, I am completely dreading seeing her there and having to go through yet another argument. But I get to the townhouse, I take a deep breath, and I walk towards the front door, preparing myself for another useless argument. I walk in and head to the kitchen, and thankfully she was upstairs in her room. Her room is located right above the kitchen, and I can hear clear as day a conversation she is having on the phone. And who was she talking about? You guessed it, me. She is calling me every name in the book, talking down on my character and saying downright evil things. At this point, I choose to call my mum to calm me down and tell her about the volatile situation that we're having. I need to talk to her about it in hopes that this argument can be done with. And as I'm talking to my mum, I hear her notice that I'm home, and then she directly starts screaming at me to get the F out, and starts swearing at me and just saying all these really nasty things. I was taken back by the disgusting things that she was saying. She has a very distinct voice that was just piercing through the walls. And so I snapped. I started screaming back, and we're yelling through the ceiling, and my mum is hearing me scream with rage over the phone. She is hearing me going back and forth with her. My mum then yells at me to stop, so I do. And the next words that she said, it just put pure terror straight into me. She quietly and slowly tells me, "Your sister is right next to me. She is with me right now at the house. Who are you yelling at?" And that is when I learned about mimic spirits. An evil spirit was mimicking my sister to enrage and feed off of the energy. So, pray up and be aware. I spend 6 months of the year in the fire lookout station. For privacy's sake, I'm not saying where. Alone with the trees and the sky and nothing else. I'm used to the solitude, and I like it most of the time, to be honest. Backpacking clears my head and makes me less lonely, I guess, but recently I couldn't help but wonder if I wasn't alone. The first time that I saw her, I honestly thought that I was dreaming. It was almost sunset. The light was dying, but I could still look down the trail. And that's when I saw her, standing at the edge of the woods, immobile. She was a woman, dressed in white, shining against the dark woods. I couldn't budge. I stared at her for what felt like forever, and then I blinked and she vanished. That night it rained, and the wind was howling so strongly it seemed like a hurricane had magically appeared outside. The cabin creaked and cracked, and the radio lost power, and then I got a call for help. A tiny fire a few miles down the road, apparently. We put it out, but I couldn't help but wonder if maybe the woman had started it. I tried to forget it. I maybe was just tired or hallucinating or something, and then it happened again. A week or so later, I was watching her from the tower window. She was on the ridge in the same white dress, just staring. My stomach twisted a bit, and I knew something awful was going to happen. That night, the wind came back again, and the old antenna fell over. I was alone for hours without any ability to communicate with the outside world. It's happened a few times now. I just keep seeing her, always off in the distance, always quiet. And every time, something goes awry. A storm, a missing hiker, or even a bear that wanders too close. It's almost like she attracts chaos with her. like some sort of specter who brings calamity just for being there. I've tried talking to her, I've even yelled, but nothing. She just stands there. When she's around, too, the air just feels heavy, like everything is holding its breath. But one night, though, it got worse. I woke up to this soft sort of tapping on the cabin door, tapping fingers, so to speak. I was already in a hurry before I got up, and I grabbed my flashlight and began walking slowly towards the door, telling myself that it must just be a branch or something. But the tappings grew louder, and I breathed deeply and opened the door, and there was nothing but the blackness. I swept the light around, but no branches, no wind, just stillness. And then I saw her. She was on the absolute edge of the porch, 10 feet from me. Her dress shone and I couldn't breathe. But her face was the worst part. It was, well, blank, smooth, no features. I instantly dropped the flashlight and it rolled, creating shadows everywhere. Out of nowhere, she screamed, and it was the worst ear-shattering scream that I think I'd ever heard. It felt like it had the power of 1,000 voices all at once. The sound was ringing in my bones, and I put my hands over my ears, but it didn't seem to make any difference. I could have sworn that my head was going to burst, and then, just as it had started, it stopped. I glanced up, and she was gone. The night was once more quiet, as if nothing whatsoever had happened. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I turned on every light and sat in the corner waiting. And I couldn't help but wonder, what if she had moved a little closer? And now, whether I'm in the woods or whether I'm at the cabin, I swear that I can feel eyes upon me. The air is icy and mere sounds make me jump. I just have music on the radio so that I don't feel so alone now. I have no idea if she's warning me or if she's bringing the bad things upon me, but one thing is for certain. I get this queasy feeling every time that I see her, and sure enough, something always goes wrong. Always. Last week, I had a horrific experience. It was the middle of the night, and I woke up to footsteps in my apartment. I immediately got up and walked around, didn't see anyone, realized that my front door was stupidly unlocked, so of course I go unlock it, do another check around the apartment, and I go back to sleep. Now, several hours later, I wake up to the same noises, but this time I stay still and just listen. The noise stops, but my bedroom door opens ever so slightly and I can see the black outline of a person. As you can imagine, at this point I am terrified. I don't move or make a noise and I just wait. Finally, the figure just says 0 in a human voice, and it sounded like any other man. I jump out of bed, turn on all the lights and look around again, but there was nothing. I double-check the locks and this time lock my bedroom door. I sit in my bed for a while, waiting for, well, something to happen before dozing off again. In the morning, I'm still pretty freaked out, but I go and take a shower, and when I turn the water on, the water is hitting the ceiling. The shower head had somehow been turned completely upside down, and I realized the only place that I didn't check was behind the shower curtain. And I know that I wouldn't have done that. Like, why would anyone turn the shower head 180 degrees around like that? It just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I go about my day and I try not to think about it too much. Flash forward to yesterday, I get into my car in the morning to go to class, and my rearview mirror has also been turned all the way upside down. After that, I'm just so confused and spooked. I wondered if maybe I was sleepwalking and turning things upside down or something, but I've never been a sleepwalker in my 22 years, and apparently it's very rare for sleepwalkers to randomly start it in their 20s, almost unheard of in fact. which is why I'm here. Does anyone know what the heck is going on? I'm not very well versed in the supernatural, so I'm pretty much out of my depth here. Is there some sort of a spirit that turns things upside down like this? Is it a bad omen or something? I would genuinely really appreciate people's thoughts on this. For a bit of backstory first, my husband and I live in an apartment complex with our dog and cat. There's a forest trail behind our complex that leads to a park where we often take our dog. Now, it was a weekday, and I was taking our dog for a bit of a pee while I was on my lunch break. We took the parking lot to the trail right behind the trash compactor for our apartment complex. This trail is usually empty, so walks don't get interrupted with other people and the dog can do his business with minimal distractions. It's very scenic. We have some cross owls, bald eagles, squirrels and the like. The wind goes through the pine trees and we can occasionally hear cars go by on the main road up ahead. It didn't take long to realize that something was different on this day though. You see, we had gone down the trail and stopped at the main road, turned around and started to head back home. The wind seemed to suddenly stop just then, and I couldn't hear the birds that were so loud just a moment ago. It was almost like the silence was loud, if that makes any sense. And that was when I saw it, and I had already walked past it, which is kind of freaky. A man laying on his back 10 feet away in the ivy. Honestly, it didn't even register to me that this was a person at first, so I stopped. I turned around. His eyes were open, his teeth were broken, and he was missing the back part of his head. Now my dog was spooked, and somehow wiggled out of his harness. This man, though, was dead. The 911 operator asked if I had a defib in my apartment that I could go and grab and come back. I said no, but that he was definitely deceased. She asked again, "Are you sure? Check, please." That was the first time that I was ever made to touch a corpse. I relayed back, "No, there's no pulse. He's missing most of his head." And as I backed away, I could see copious amounts of blood that I hadn't even noticed at first. It was soaked into the earth beneath him. While waiting for the cops to arrive, I noticed that he had a box next to him. My guess is that this must have been the box that he brought the gun in. He had his glasses neatly folded and had placed them on top of the gun box. He looked no more than 50, and I will never go into those woods ever again. The first time I ever played with a Ouija board was when I was about 11. It was me and two of my friends. Their names were Katie and Taylor. Katie's older sister, Lauren, and her friend, Sam, had us come upstairs. Lauren and Sam had a talking board. Basically, it was a super girly looking Ouija board with a kitty on it. Katie, Taylor, and I laughed but said, "Okay, sure." We all put our fingers on the piece and it pretty quickly started moving across the board. And it spelled out, "Run." My friends and I freaked out and yanked our hands back. Lauren and Sam busted out laughing. They said that they had moved it to just scare us. Katie started yelling at them as they continued to laugh at us. But it was about that time the bathroom light turned off. It made us all jump as it was the only light that we had on, and then it turned back on. Taylor spoke up and said, "Okay, you got us, we're done." But Lauren and Sam seemed genuinely spooked at this point. And then the planchette started to move towards me on its own. At this point, Katie, Taylor, Lauren, and Sam are all standing together opposite me. I say, "Haha, very funny. I saw that coming from a mile away." But when I looked at Lauren and Sam, all I saw was pure fear. They had no color in their faces and were just sort of staring at the planchette, wide-eyed. Sam finally spoke up in a very shaky voice and said, "No, that's not us." And then Lauren very calmly said, "Guys, go now." We all took off downstairs and out the front door. Taylor and Katie started yelling again, saying, "If that was you guys, cut it out and tell us the truth." But by now, Lauren and Sam were on the verge of tears and hyperventilating. That was when I glanced up to the bedroom window. I saw the light in the bathroom turn off, and then that's when I saw a small black figure about my size sprint past the window. Nobody else was in the house, though. Lauren and Katie's older brothers were off both at college, and their dad was still at work, and their mum had to run to the store and wasn't back yet. Katie and Taylor, they slept over at my house that night, and Lauren slept over with Sam. We never spoke about that experience to each other ever again after that, but it wasn't long after that incident that Katie, Taylor, and we had a big falling out. I haven't seen or spoken to Taylor since. It's been about 18 years. Katie and I reconnected a few years ago on Instagram and chat every now and then, but we still never talk about that night. In 2018, I moved into a small 2-story property in England with my then boyfriend. It was in a quiet cul-de-sac, with houses literally crammed together, all facing each other. I am very introverted, and I don't typically make a habit of socializing much with neighbors. Still, we naturally ran into a few and exchanged pleasantries when we had to, as you would, right? Now, one of our new neighbors, Greg, was incredibly welcoming right off the bat. He was an older gentleman, the kind who would stop for a chat that would drag on until you made up an excuse for why you really had to get going. He shared local stories, asked about and took note of our birthdays, and even invited us around for a garden party where any and all were welcome. His house was directly across the street from where I lived, with his windows in clear view of mine. A couple of years passed by, and during this time, my boyfriend and I split up. Although I never expressly shared this news with my neighbors, word must have gotten around with his car missing from the driveway. He moved out and left the country in the end, but we stayed in touch regularly as friends. Having the house to myself felt, well, lonely, so I got a cat to keep me company. He quickly became, and still is, my world. Greg would often flag me down to talk when he caught me leaving or returning to my house. Annoying, but I could live with it, I suppose. I'd update my ex about weird little interactions with Greg, which we both found amusing to gossip about. But one such incident was when Greg came to my door to hand over 2 of my parcels, one of which was a large table that he had yet to retrieve from his house. I had been raiding in Elder Scroll Online at the time, doing a deathless speedrun for an achievement. Given the time constraint in my game, I told him that I'd leave the door unlocked so that he could simply put it by my door. I sat back down at my desk, put my headset on, and my group charged in at the final boss. I heard my front door opening, followed by the sound of my large parcel being placed down. But then, footsteps approached me from behind. I peered behind me to see Greg standing there, eyes sort of fixed on me. For fear of disappointing my raid group, I continued playing until we killed the boss, and then took off my headset. Greg's face lit up, and he went on to tell me how amazing it was to watch me play. I got the impression that he'd never seen someone use a keyboard, let alone play games. He begged me to teach him and rambled on. He was clearly intoxicated, so I laughed it off and gave a non-committal response. Despite repeated attempts to politely make him leave, he could not be persuaded. He seemed disappointed when I walked over to my door and opened it to clearly signal that it was time to go, but he left without further incident. In the UK, houses often have individual outdoor bins for trash, which have to be rolled out to the street the night before collections take place. You're expected to bring the bins back to your property after collection, and I noticed someone kept bringing my bins back in for me. Was I blocking someone's car by being too slow to do it? Around the same time, I also noticed someone had been using my bins. I brought it up to Greg one time. He pulled me over to talk, and he said the same thing had been happening to him. Maybe it was petty of me, but I decided to tape an old phone with a surveillance app to my window, overlooking the bins to figure out who it was. And lo and behold, it was Greg. I chalked it up to him having run out of bin space after the local council moved from weekly to bi-weekly collections due to staffing issues, and although it bothered me, my desire to avoid confrontation won in the end. Christmas rolled around, and the COVID-19 pandemic was in full swing at this point. One late evening, I heard a knock at my door and walked over to see who it was. I had no peephole, so I opened the door not knowing what to expect. Greg stood at my doorstep, which was not particularly unusual. I'd gotten all too used to his antics, but I immediately caught a strong waft of alcohol. He spoke before I had time to process. He told me that he had a Christmas present for me and handed over a red gift bag with colored tissue paper covering the contents. I really want to give you a kiss on the cheek, but I can't, not with this pandemic going around, he said. That gave me the heebie-jeebies, so I did all I could to politely end this interaction and retreat back inside. He held me up by rambling on about, well, who knows what, to be honest, but I firmly told him that I was busy and I needed to go. That's when he laid a hand on my shoulder, leaned in, kissed my cheek, and then walked off in the direction of his house. I closed the door and simply stood there for a few moments in shock. The present was odd, too. Underneath the tissue paper were 2 bottles of Belgian beer, a can of half-eaten Pringles, sour cream and onion, and a small plastic bag containing little chocolates. I also recognized the latter item. A next-door neighbor with young children had come around to put these plastic bags with chocolate and a handwritten note, signed with their address, through everyone's mail slots a few weeks prior. It was a sweet gesture and probably something they came up with to keep the stir-crazy kids busy, but upon inspecting the re-gifted chocolates, I noticed that he'd even forgotten to remove the note from the neighbor. This kiss and gift, it definitely gave me bad vibes, and I regretted accepting it. It was at this point, too, that I decided that I was done being mispolite and resolved to be firm in my future rejections. Now, on the second day of the new year, I was feeling lazy and ordered food delivery. A mere 5 minutes after receiving my order, there was a knock at my door. Knowing that the delivery driver hadn't forgotten anything, I concluded that this had to be Greg. And then it clicked for me. He'd often turn up immediately after anything was delivered to my door, which meant that he was constantly watching my house. Was he dumping trash in my bins as an excuse to hang around my house? He called out for me through the door. I felt too uncomfortable to answer, and I retreated upstairs out of view from the windows. Later that night, he came back and kept knocking too, but once again I ignored it in hopes of him going away. The following day, I contacted the police to file a harassment report. I felt sheepish doing so. I mean, was it really that bad? He was just a lonely old man, and I hadn't been firm enough, probably. Upon being asked whether I wanted the police to speak with him, I told them that I'd do it myself. I just wanted the report on file in case anything else actually happened. I would later become grateful for filing this report, by the way. Greg turned up at my door a few days later, telling me how worried he was about me. I told him, verbatim, I think it's best if we don't have any contact going forward. His response was eerie. I just wanted to be your friend. I held my ground, cut the conversation short, and closed the door. Finally, it's over, I thought. And a year went by without incident. Everything seemed fine, with no knocks on the door or unwanted conversations while I was outside. One night in winter, I was leaving my house to get groceries. It was completely dark outside, save for a lamppost casting some sparse light into the street. My driveway was at the side of my house, where the bins were stored. This driveway was blocked in by a tall panel fence to add some privacy, seeing as the kitchen window was directly next to it. You could see right into my kitchen and living room through this window. As I was outside locking the door, that was when I saw a figure in the dark slinking out of my driveway and behind the fence. I immediately unlocked the door and went back inside. It was dark. I could have imagined it, but my gut told me otherwise. Was there someone waiting for me behind the fence? Ultimately, I trusted my instincts and decided to forego the groceries for the night. I bought and mounted a motion sensor light to illuminate my driveway too. The memory of the shadowy figure quickly faded in my mind, and the new light gave me some comfort that I'd at least be alerted if someone was lurking outside of my window. A couple of months after the incident, I was in my kitchen getting some food for my beloved cat. The window was directly to my left, around 3 feet away from where I stood. As I dumped the cat food into a bowl, I suddenly became aware of my motion sensor light being on. I scanned the outside, not seeing anything, until my eye landed on something in the bottom corner of the window. I squinted, trying to make out what I was looking at. It somehow wasn't properly illuminated. I kept staring for what must have been 30 seconds. The light outside remained on, when suddenly Greg pops up into view directly outside. He'd been crouched down, peering in from the corner of the window. I'm normally someone who's as cool as a cucumber. I never raise my voice or yell, but I truly lost it at that moment, screaming, "What are you doing?" repeatedly. He just stood there and then nonchalantly asked, "Are you all right?" I kept screaming, but now it was, "Why are you there?" Then he just turned around and walked off into the dark. I immediately called the police. Typically, the police in England leave something to be desired, but I have to give them credit for how they handled this situation. They took my statement over the phone and gave me a reference number. I received a couple of phone calls with updates and was told that they'd bring him to the station. I was also informed that he was known to the police for having previously followed young women. Sometime later, he was arrested at his property in front of a wife that I didn't even know existed. They did this to scare him, according to the officer that I spoke to make a bit of a point. Sadly, he received nothing more than a police caution, which forbade him from being on my side of the cul-de-sac or contacting me. Still, it seemed to work. The window incident was the last real interaction that I ever had with Greg. I did see him staring at me in the shower from his window one time when I forgot to close the blinds, but other than that, really there was nothing else. Thankfully too, I have since moved far away from Greg, which I am very, very grateful for. I was between 3 and 5 years old, so it was around 1989 to 1991. My room was on the complete opposite end of the house from my parents' bedroom, and I'd wake up in the middle of the night on a regular basis, scared. When I'd wake up, I remember seeing this woman standing at the end of my bed. I could kind of see through her, but she also put off a glow. It was a warm, loving, welcoming, and peaceful glow. She was also wearing a blue tunic and a white headdress. She was always looking down, holding and happily comforting a baby wrapped in a blanket. After a few seconds of having my eyes open, she'd always notice that I was awake and would act surprised, like I wasn't supposed to see her. Then she'd immediately disappear. I never felt threatened by her. I remember the first time that I saw her, I really didn't know what to think, and I pulled my sheets over my head before she disappeared. She really did give off an aura that was comforting, welcoming. The glow coming off of her felt like that, like I knew that I was completely safe while sleeping. This happened quite a few times too, to the point that I'd smile when I saw her after waking up, and she'd look back with a smile that was comforting, yet at the same time also conveyed something like, "You aren't actually supposed to be seeing me," while still intentionally letting me see her for a few seconds before fading away. She felt like a very, familiar mother figure, but it wasn't my mother. I was always scared right after she disappeared though, because that safe feeling would disappear as well, and I'd want to run to my parents' bedroom. I could see my parents' bedroom from the doorway of my room, but you had to walk through the dining room and living room to get to it. But there were also always these strange shadowy figures, dozens of them walking around in the dining room, kitchen and living room. I remember being very scared of them, but I never actually drew their attention while I stood there, watching them from my bedroom doorway, and they never really seemed to notice me or walk toward me too. It seemed that they were always in a hurry though, walking with busy intent but never actually going anywhere. I was always scared of them, even more scared that I'd actually draw their attention, but I wanted the comfort of my parents. I was too scared to run through the shadow people that were walking around, so I'd always scream for my parents from my bedroom doorway. The instant that I would scream, the shadow people would stop walking. Then all of them would look up at me with an angry and frustrated aura, but never actually took a step towards me. They'd just disappear about the time that I'd hear either of my parents' voices as my mum or dad walked toward me. One of the last times that I saw the lady at the end of my bed and the shadow people, I wanted to get to my parents' room where they were, but instead of just calling out for them, I just closed my eyes and held out my hands to feel my way across the dining room and living room to my parents' bedroom. I actually made it there on my own. Even with my eyes closed, I could feel them there before they started to disappear, but I could also feel as they were fading away that they were angry because I wasn't as scared of them anymore. I stopped seeing them shortly after that, which was also around the time that I started feeling more comfortable staying in my own bed all night by myself without needing to have my parents close by. But it's one of the most real and vivid memories that I can remember from when I was that age. I'm 38 now, and I still remember exactly what the lady looked like and felt like, and the shadow people too. This wasn't even an old house or anything though, that you'd really associate with a stereotypical haunted place. It was actually a relatively new double-wide trailer that my mum and dad had put there a few years before I was born. They bought the trailer brand new directly from the manufacturer, and I feel like what I saw and felt had to be real though, because a 3 to 5-year-old wouldn't have been able to imagine that physical feeling from her aura that was so welcoming. It was a distinct physical feeling that a 3 to 5-year-old wouldn't have been able to just randomly imagine, a feeling that I still somehow remember. I never did see anything like that again in that place, or any other place that I've lived. I haven't experienced anything paranormal since, and I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I work at a condo complex by the beach. I've been here for about 3 years, and my co-workers, who have been here for 10 plus years, always talk about seeing and hearing spooky stuff. To give you some background, I'm a skeptical believer. In the past 3 years, I've never had anything happen that I couldn't debunk. Until tonight, that is. I have a radio that I carry with me when there are 2 of us working. Normally, I'm here by myself, so I don't usually have it on me, but this night I did. While waiting in the lobby of the 2nd floor for the elevator, the radio suddenly kicked on, like someone was trying to talk. I took it out of my pocket and heard a faint little girl's voice saying, "Can you see me?" twice, followed by, "I'm right behind you." My initial thought was that my co-workers were playing a joke on me, so I just put the radio back in my pocket. When I got back to the guard shack, I told my co-worker that it was a funny prank. He looked at me though, and he's not the type to lie, and said that he had no clue what I was talking about. So apparently I had my first paranormal experience. I spoke to my boss this morning too and told him what happened. He wasn't surprised as well, and said it normally happens on the 6th floor. He mentioned that he has seen and heard 2 little kids running up and down the hallways, and that they have messed with the radio before. He asked around, but no one knows anything about any kids passing away here. However, This building has been here since 1974 and was one of the first condos built in this area. This is more of my dad's story than mine, but I still think that it's good to share it. In August of '06, my family was stationed at Fort Riley in Kansas. We moved into this gorgeous duplex at the end of a horseshoe-shaped neighborhood. The house was built in the early 1900s and had an unfinished basement with these pool lights that only light up this small area around you. In the basement, there were also these really small boot prints in the cement that looked as if they belonged to a child. The house had a grand staircase that only went to and from the ground floor to the second floor, and a back staircase which went to all 4 floors, originally intended for servants. The ground floor held main living areas, and my brother and I were on the second. I snagged the master, which had its own doorbell. For a 6-year-old, this was awesome, but probably obnoxious. My parents, they stayed on the top floor, which had an unfinished attic room that held pieces of original furniture. A babysitter once joked that vampires lived in there. Anyway, about a month after moving in, a woman knocked on the door and introduced herself as part of the Historical Society and asked for my family's permission for this home to be featured in the annual Halloween ghost tour, informing us that this is a usual stop. She let us know that this home was host to a spirit called the Buckskin Ghost, as he appears as a man in buckskin clothing. We informed her that we were new and hadn't had any paranormal experiences. She asked how long we'd been here for. My dad said about a month, to which she replies, "Oh, usually he shows himself by now." My dad politely declined to be on the tour. I think my parents either didn't believe or were a little bit scared, but we were still unpacking things at this point too, mostly boxes which were in the garage, which was attached to the back stairwell near the basement. Now, Dad noticed the light in the garage was out and went to go and change it. Completely normal thing. As my dad is reaching up to change the light, it comes back on though. He makes sure that it's screwed in all the way, climbs down the ladder and puts it away. When he returns to the garage, the light is out. Confused, my dad fetched the ladder again. He returns. The light's back on though. Frustrated, he moves the ladder out of the way. The light goes off. So he sets up the ladder, climbs up, and as he's reaching up to change the light, it comes back on again. My dad is beyond frustrated now and yells, "Stop messing with me." The light comes back on and doesn't go out the entire time that we live there. This was our introduction to the next 10 months. Other odd things happened in the home, like the radio turning on to a static station extremely loudly, and there were rooms in the basement our dog just would never go in. Anytime anything would happen, we would refer to Bucky acting up. While we lived there, we learned more about the base's haunted history too. We even purchased a book of the ghost stories, which included our home. This book also featured a story of a little girl who befriended a ghost who would play dolls with them. When that family moved out, the girl left her doll at the house for her friend. Now, remember the original furniture that was in the attic? When we first moved in, we looked in all the drawers, and in one of those drawers, there was that doll. One that I didn't learn anything about until months later. I don't know what happened to the doll, but I only ever saw it once. For the most part, nothing too terrifying happened in the house, up until my dad stayed by himself. My dad was a night pilot, meaning that he usually slept during the day, and one day he was woken up by the sound of heavy footsteps coming up the stairs at the base level. My dad got up and opened the door and asked if anyone was there, and immediately the noise stops. My dad went to check the window overlooking the street to see if a service van was at the house or something. For those who haven't lived on a military base, they occasionally send people to the home to do things like change air filters and all that. My dad didn't see anything though, and so he went back to bed. But he was awoken again to the sound of heavy footsteps on what he perceived as the second floor. My dad shot out of bed, went to the door, and as soon as he opened the door, the noises, they stopped. He yells again, "Is anyone there?" No response. So he goes and he lays back down. My dad then hears items of furniture moving in the room opposite the wall in front of the bed, the one with the original furniture items. He jumps out of bed and leaves the house without a second thought at this point, and it wasn't until he was at work later that he realized that he would be going back to the home alone, and questioned what was in that home with him. I was 6 when all of this went down, and for years we have talked about these experiences and others that have happened to their friends and family. We've continued to check for more stories online about this house. Others have also experienced a friendly but mischievous ghost affectionately called Bucky. I've had other strange experiences throughout my life, and I believe this house is what opened me up to them. I'm now dating a man who is very much a skeptic, and while visiting my home in Florida, my dad told him this story. Weirdly too, the light in the kitchen was flickering throughout this retelling. Jokingly,